Chapter 1368. The next time Lu Ping saw Chen Lian was during the ship's trial. The entire Zhenling sect fell into a state of shock when the 500-1, 600 feet long, 100 feet wide ship sailed out from the back of Tianling Mountain. Back then, when Lu Ping discovered the place where Fei Ling sect's treasured ship had sunk deep in the sea outside Frost Island, the Zhenling sect's avatar cultivators had spent a great deal of effort to secretly move the ship's wreckage into the forbidden area behind Tianling Mountain. In order to keep it a secret, not only did the sects of the North Sea not know about this, but even in Zhenling, other than the Dharma adepts, only the weapon forging hall, the talisman-making pavilion, and a few spell formation masters of Zhenling knew about this because they had to repair the ship. After Jiang Tianlin had advanced to the late Dharma stage, most of the Zhenling sect cultivators, as well as the various sects in the North Sea, had been silently estimating that Zhenling sect would need at least a few decades before they could build a brand new treasure ship and advance to become a large sect. Who would have thought that Zhenling sect would unbelievably come up with such a huge object in the forbidden area behind Tianling Mountain? The entire Zhenling was in disbelief when they heard the news. Then, they swarmed to the back of the mountain to watch the ship's trial. After that, all the cultivators of Zhenling, be it the core forging stage, the blood condensation stage, or even the blood refining stage disciples who had just learned how to use their artifacts to fly, went into a frenzy. These disciples flew up and down the slowly moving ship with all kinds of lights behind them. There were even some disciples who fell into the sea while they were enjoying themselves. Those were the blood refining realm disciples who were too engrossed in their flight and didn't even realize that their arcane energy had been depleted. As a result, they could only fall into the sea, causing the Zhenling sect cultivators, who were watching the trial run, to burst into laughter. The trial of Zhenling's ship caused the entire Zhenling to be in a state of ecstasy. It was as if this ship's trial was like an official diplomatic mission for Zhenling. The news of Zhenling's sudden trial of the treasured ship was like a boulder that had been thrown into a pond. It was no longer just a few ripples, but a great uproar. The scope of the impact was not only limited to a corner of the North Sea's cultivation world. How could Zhenling suddenly have a treasured ship? This was impossible. Zhenling's rise to prominence was already fast enough, but the sects of the North Sea had never discovered any signs of Zhenling building a treasure ship. The construction of a treasured ship was a huge project to begin with, and it was also a heavy burden. In the eyes of the sects of the North Sea, Zhenling had risen so quickly. With the barren cultivation world of the North Sea, most of Zhenling's resources should have been used on the cultivation of their disciples. How could they have any spare energy to build a treasured ship? Even if Zhenling met the qualifications to be promoted to a large sect and started building a treasured ship with all its might, it would be impossible for it to succeed without several decades of effort. This was under the condition that there were no twists and turns in the process of building the treasured ship. It must be known that the process of building a treasured ship was not smooth sailing. It involved many secret techniques related to weapon refinement, formations, talismans, spirit veins, grotto heavens, and so on. As a sect that had never experienced a large sect, how could they guarantee that the process of building a treasured ship would not be affected? What was even more unexpected was that as an overseas sect that had just reached the threshold of becoming a large sect, in order to save cultivation resources and shorten the time needed to advance, the first treasured ship they built was usually a small treasured ship that was around 300 meters long. Then, as the strength of the sect increased, the treasured ship would be expanded to become a medium-sized treasured ship that was 150 meters long. However, this time, Zhenling directly sailed out from the back of Tianling Mountain with a medium-sized ship that was 500 to 600 feet in length. It was even considered extremely large among medium-sized treasured ships. This was a treasure ship that could only be built by those large sects that had deep foundations overseas. The bigger the treasured ship, the more sturdy it was, and the more powerful it was. In the overseas cultivation world, it also meant that the sect's strength was stronger. Zhenling's plans were great. The North Sea cultivation world, which was already jittery because of Jiang Tianlin's advancement to the late Dharma stage, had even fallen into despair when Jinling's treasured ship suddenly set sail. The rise of Jinling was unstoppable. On the deck of the treasured ship, the senile Tianjiang Laozu looked at the back of Tianling Mountain, which was getting smaller and smaller in the distance. He also looked at the treasured ship, which was illuminated by the magic of the Jinling cultivators who were cheering. He laughed happily and shouted, "Old man's wish is fulfilled, old man's wish is fulfilled. I have no regrets even if I die. I have no regrets even if I die." Chen Lian was originally cheering as the treasured ship set sail. However, at this time, because Tianjiang Laozu was nearing the end of his lifespan, all the affairs on the treasured ship had been handed over to Chen Lian. After Lu Ping met Tianjiang Laozu and instructed the sect disciples to take care of the old man, he went straight to Chen Lian. Chen Lian was very clear about the nine dragon bells. Lu Ping's visit. Although Jinling's treasured ship set sail was a big deal, North Sea Water Sword Immortal had seen everything. During the Battle of Phantom City, Lu de Sword Immortal had witnessed how the 6 Debao ships rampaged through Mara's army. Not to mention that Jinling's treasured ship was only a medium-sized one. He had even been in close contact with the large treasured ship of the Crystal Palace. He was lucky enough to board the ship during the battle, but he could only look at it from the deck. Of course, outsiders were not allowed to enter the interior of the treasured ship. But even if Lu Ping could enter the interior of Jinling's treasured ship, he still knew nothing about the things inside. At most, he would only be able to see something new. After returning to the North Sea, Lu Ping sorted out the contents of Taoist Hu's incantations and handed them over to Chen Lian. Chen Lian naturally treated them like a treasure, especially the contents related to blacksmithing. Chen Lian repeatedly pondered over them like he was intoxicated. The so-called Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells was actually the Sea Bell. This time, the Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells brought back by Jinling from the Taoist altar were enough to refine 8 sea bells. And Lu Ping privately asked Chen Lian to refine another one, using the broken pedestal stone engraved with dragon-shaped relief that Lu Ping brought back from the Taoist altar. This bell was called the Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells by Lu Ping. Different from the 8 sea bells refined by Jinling, the Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells refined by Lu Ping not only had 9 dragon-shaped reliefs on the surface of the bell, but the most important thing was that there was a natural device spirit in the bell, which called itself a dragon. Naturally, Lu Ping despised this arrogant dragon-shaped relief greatly. How dare it call itself a dragon? At best, it was evolved from a mantra thought of Jiao Daoren. Even Jiao Daoren himself called himself a flood dragon. So how dare it call itself a dragon? The dragon-shaped relief naturally knew that it was not confident enough. But in this cultivation world, aside from Lu Ping, there seemed to be no one who could see through its tricks. Naturally, the dragon-shaped relief enjoyed this majestic title with a clear conscience. Of course, although the Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells was refined according to the method of the Sea Bell, there were still many differences. In order to create its own hiding place, the dragon-shaped relief naturally did not dare to hold back at all, be it in terms of power or other magical uses. The 9 Dragon Bells were much stronger than the other sea bells. Moreover, because of the dragon-shaped relief, there was a mysterious connection between the 9 Dragon Bells and the other 8 sea bells. Once the 9 Dragon Bells and the other 8 sea bells were placed together, they could form a powerful formation under the main formation of the 9 Dragon Bells. How is it? Did the refinement process go smoothly? Lu Ping asked with a smile. Chen Lian replied, "This is really not an easy task. Although the refinement process of the 9 Dragon Bells is complicated, with my current artifact refinement techniques, I am barely able to control it. However, there is an artifact spirit hidden within this magic treasure. It will not be easy to not damage it. Besides, I have never come across this kind of refinement method before. How can an artifact spirit exist without going through lightning tribulation? The quality of this 9 Dragon Bell is so high that it will be able to withstand lightning tribulation in the future. Will another artifact spirit be born after it withstands lightning tribulation? How will the two of them get along?" As the two of them conversed, they arrived at a specially open artifact refinement room on the treasured vessel. Chen Lian's words were overheard by the dragon-shaped relief on the 1-meter-tall bronze bell in the center of the room. The 9 dragon-shaped reliefs on the bronze bell swam at the same time, looking very strange. However, there seemed to be a mysterious connection between the 9 reliefs. One of the reliefs suddenly said, "Naturally, the lightning tribulation has to be endured. Otherwise, how can it become a spiritual treasure? However, the artifact spirit will not appear. The power of the lightning tribulation will be directed at me, and the pure yang qi will be absorbed by me." Chen Lian was puzzled. "This is completely different from what I know." The dragon-shaped relief snorted and said, "I have told you long ago. I am not a relief. I am a demon, a spirit demon, just like the Dharma manifestation cultivators of the human and demon clans. If I want to grow, I also need to undergo lightning tribulation. Why can't you understand it?" Chen Lian looked at Lu Ping. Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "For the time being, let's call it a demon." Chen Lian naturally would not pester him on this matter. He pointed to the 9-dragon bell and said, "I have already imprinted the 9 treasures on this bell. Apart from the dragon inside, this 9-dragon bell is already a genuine top-notch spirit-nurturing magic treasure. All it needs is the nourishment of your true essence to slowly increase the power of this magic treasure." Lu Ping stretched out his hand, and the 3-meter-tall bell shrunk to the size of a bell and fell into Lu Ping's hand. He flicked it with his finger, and the zheng-zheng sound was crisp and melodious. "By the way, now that the treasured vessel is testing, your matters are almost done. Now that your cultivation has been stuck at the peak of the core forging realm for many years, where do you plan to go for seclusion this time to break through and condense the Dharma power?" Chapter 1369. For Zhemling, the ship's trial was a chance to summarize the ship's experience and fix the ship's flaws. At the same time, It was also a chance to shock the North Sea training world, and the others had a great time in the middle position. As the ruler of the North Sea, Tianyong was overjoyed to see Lu Ping. The ship passed by Frost Island and said, "Scarlet Mist Island." I'm the one envious of senior brothers' carefree life. The other 7 large and medium-sized his hand in annoyance and said, "Even including Jinling's old enemy, I'd rather go out and fight with people." However, Songhai sect I heard that not among them. You refined after returning from Xianling's sect. Now that master has successfully advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, but it did not return. Tianyong has to thank you. Instead, it turned east after saying that the deep-sea demon region really bowed to without much effort, scaring it destroyed so much that he quickly dodged and said, killing 5 Dharma adepts of the Demon Clan. Uncle Master Tiancheng has helped me a lot. In the end, my duty to help him refine elixirs late Dharma adepts of the Demon Clan. Tianyong laughed and said, when faced with the huge let's not talk about this. The 3 adepts wisely chose to retreat. Speaking of which, in the end, why did you come to Yankun but to send envoys to sue for peace? Lu Ping nodded and offered a large amount of training resources. I'm here for something important. The demon race retreated east casually and gave up. You're here to look for miles of neutral sea, right? Jinling's territory. You've brought back a great talent. This made Huangli Island the central island of Jinling's new territory. Said that this brat was born to be a genius. Jinling officially announced that Huangli Island and formations are so great that humans and demons could communicate with each other. And not long after he came to our sect, obtain all kinds of rare treasures from the deep-sea demon region. I heard that it was celestial phenomena Laozu's idea. Jinling also sent 3 Dharma adepts. Tianyong continued to ask, speaking of which, and this brat is so mysterious. Huangli Island all to these years, the demon race. He's practically covered the entire Yankun Island. Lu Ping had already left for Yankun Island. What is he trying to do? The ship arrived at Frost Island. Is tightly sealed. Yankun Island no matter how we ask him, medium-sized islands under and he even smiles very proudly. It was extremely close to Tianling Mountain. This angered but it was also so much that he wanted to break his front teeth. As a medium-sized sect, Lu Ping smiled Yankun Island's training resources you want to know? Considered the poorest among the 36 medium-sized islands. All these years, normally, not just in the North Sea medium-sized Jinling Islands, but even within our guarded by late core forging cultivators. Not many people know that Old Yao is already a Dharma adept. Of the poorest islands would be guarded by lousy island all cultivators. And no one knows what he's doing. Island was very close to Heaven Spirit Mountain. Lu Ping laughed. There were times when the island didn't even have a guardian. Brother survives although your first Yankun Island looked desolate on the outside, you'll naturally understand it was the heavily guarded on the inside. When Lu Ping arrived at Yankun Island, Dharma adept on he discovered that there were at least 3 spar with the Dharma adepts and 7 Tianyong retracted the anxious look on his face and said, "So you're just making fun of me? The other 2 Dharma adepts on this island, you've also advanced to the Dharma realm." And senior sister Tianyong was overjoyed to see Lu Ping. How can they spar? He immediately said, upon hearing this, don't mention it. Paused and staying in this godforsaken place is really also on the island? Tianyong sighed and said, yes, and so is her son. After senior brother Tian passed away, senior sister Tian, Hui came to this island, and has not left since. Lu Ping was stunned and said, senior sister Tian Hui is also on the island. After the 2 of them paid their respects to Tian's son and Laozu, they went to visit Tian Hui. When the 2 of them arrived at a forest, they saw a beautiful woman in her 30s, giving pointers to a young practitioner of about 20 years of age in swordsmanship. Tianyong and Lu Ping stood outside the forest and watched the young man practice swordsmanship. This young man was only at the early core forging stage, and the swordsmanship he was practicing was a normal wood-based swordsmanship from Jinling's legacy. If it was spring dawn, when it reached a higher level, it could also become a small magical swordsmanship. Both of them were now Dharma adepts Laozu, and they were high-level practitioners in the cultivation world. Naturally, they could see through a minor repairs cultivator at a glance. Tianyong chuckled and said, this young man has some talent. If he is trained well, he might be able to become a 4th-generation disciple in the Dharma adept stage in the future. This way, senior brother Tian will have a successor. After the young man finished practicing a set of swordsmanship, Tian Hui casually gave him some pointers. Although she did not practice swordsmanship, with her cultivation, it was not difficult for her to give pointers to a core forging cultivator. When Lu Ping and Tianyong walked into the forest, Tian Hui turned around and was surprised to see Lu Ping. The young man naturally knew Tianyong. All these years he had been living in seclusion on Yankun Island. He had received many pointers from this uncle master. However, he was not very familiar with Lu Ping. Greetings, senior sister. Tian Hui was originally the eldest disciple under Tianqin Laozu. Lu Ping and the other practitioners from the Chonghua sect would not call her senior sister, but senior sister. Junior brother Tian Ping, how did you come to Yin Kuan Island? Tian Hui pointed at Lu Ping in front of her, and said to the young man beside her, hurry up and greet your uncle Master Tian Ping. When the young man knew that the person in front of him was the famous North Sea Water Sword Celestial, he was already stunned. When he heard his mother's instructions, he hurriedly said, Disciple Xianhua greets Uncle Master Tian Ping. All these years, Lu Ping's reputation as the North Sea Water Sword Celestial had shaken the entire cultivation world. Among the 4th and 5th generation practitioners of Jinling, he had become a legendary existence. The biggest impact on the younger generation of Jinling was that there were more and more people practicing swordsmanship. Lu Ping smiled and nodded. He suddenly said, Your swordsmanship cultivation is not bad among the disciples of the same level. Who is your master now? Xianhua's expression darkened. He said, I have always been cultivating with father. Lu Ping nodded and sighed. Your swordsmanship cultivation has reached a bottleneck. It's fine if you don't practice the spring dawn swordsmanship. After all, you won't have much success. It will also restrict your vision and knowledge of swordsmanship. It will be troublesome when you wake up in the future and want to break free. I have some things to do these days, and it's inconvenient for me to not have my disciples by my side. Are you willing to listen to me? Xianhua was naturally very willing to be taught by the North Sea Water Sword Celestial. However, he still looked at his mother. Lu Ping said with a smile, Senior sister, I need to borrow your son for a few days. Please allow me. Tian Hui naturally knew that Lu Ping had the intention to nurture her son. She was grateful and quickly said, Junior brother, what are you saying? It's Xianhua's fortune to listen to you. With Lu Ping's current status, not to mention a junior, even the 3rd generation disciples of the same generation might not be worthy of Lu Ping's guidance. The 3 of them chatted for a while. Lu Ping then said, It's getting late. We should go see how junior brother Deng's preparations are going. Zhenling's formation lineage had always been led by perfected Qianchen. As the only formation grandmaster before Zhenling, perfected Qianchen had put all his effort into repairing the various formations and talismans on the treasured ship. However, after Lu Ping introduced Deng Ming to Zhenling from the South Sea, perfected Qianchen greatly admired his formation cultivation. In the years that followed, although Deng Ming became perfected Xuanchen's disciple, Deng Ming's cultivation and formation had already surpassed him. He was the number 1 in formation in Jinling. After that, because perfected Xuanchen's lifespan was getting longer, and he had less energy, an important matter that Jinling's high-level cultivators had planned fell on Deng Ming. Deng Ming stayed on Yankin Island for many years. When Lu Ping saw Deng Ming again, he was already at the 9th level of the core forging stage. It was clear that Jinling had spared no effort in supporting his cultivation. Deng Ming's talent in formations was undeniable. His own cultivation foundation was also much higher than perfected Xuanchen's. Perfected Qianchen had already lost all hope of advancing to the Dharma stage. Zhenling naturally did not want Deng Ming to follow in perfected Xuanchen's footsteps. Thus, he naturally put in a lot of effort to nurture him, hoping that he could become a Dharma stage formation grandmaster. Junior brother Xianchen, long time no see. How have you been? Deng Ming saw that Lu Ping was a little impatient and said, Brother Lu, I have spent many years setting up layers of formations on the entire Yankin Island. The sect should let me know why you have set up such a huge formation, and even sacrificed Yankin Island, right? Lu Ping smiled and said, There's no rush. You will know the answer soon. However, to get to the bottom of it, junior brother Deng, you will have to suffer for many years. Chapter 1370. A streak of light streaked across the night sky, trying its best to conceal its tracks. Finally, it landed on an empty patch of sea. Lu Ping, Deng Ming, and Xianhua appeared in this place. Lu Ping's divine sense spread out like a tide, and nothing happened within the coverage of his divine sense. Lu Ping waved at the 2, and his body had already dived into the sea. The 3 of them dived for more than 1,000 feet, and when Xianhua's Jinqi reached its limit, a bright bead suddenly rose from Lu Ping's hand, and the surrounding water pressure suddenly dissipated, and the three of them continued to dive into the depths of the sea. Deng Ming looked at the bead on top of Lu Ping's head, bowed his head for a moment, and suddenly said in surprise, "Is it the water-repelling moon pearl?" Lu Ping laughed and said, "Yes, it is the water-repelling moon pearl." The three of them dived tens of thousands of feet deep into the sea. Only then did they vaguely see an undersea cliff. After diving down for more than 10,000 feet, a stone platform with a circumference of hundreds of feet abruptly protruded from the undersea cliff. On the stone platform, there was an exquisite formation. It's a teleportation array. This teleportation array naturally couldn't be hidden from Deng Ming, a formation master. However, looking at the bewildered and uncertain formation master, it seemed that he had guessed something from the teleportation stone platform that had suddenly appeared in the deep sea, but he really didn't dare to confirm it. In his opinion, this teleportation array seemed to have been tampered with by someone, and it couldn't be activated at all. Lu Ping laughed and stepped on the stone platform with the two of them. Then, he fiddled with it for a while, and then inlaid the spirit stones in several places on the stone platform, and then said to Deng Ming, "This kind of teleportation array, can junior brother Deng break it?" Deng Ming thought for a moment and said, "This is a secret array, slightly different from ordinary teleportation arrays. It is difficult for outsiders to break it, but it is not easy to find such a stone platform thousands of feet deep in the sea." Lu Ping made a few hand signs, and the teleportation array was activated. A dark light flashed at the bottom of the sea, and the three of them disappeared from the stone platform. Buzz! A light flashed, and in a secret underwater cave, Lu Ping and the other two suddenly appeared here. Deng Ming felt a great crisis hanging over his head, as if his life would be taken away at any time. Xianhua, the early-stage core forging minor repairs, also seemed to feel the same, and the moment they appeared in the secret underwater cave, they also felt a burst of fear. This feeling appeared extremely abruptly, but also disappeared extremely quickly. It was as if in that instant, the dangerous existence hidden in this secret underwater cave had instantly discerned that the three of them were friends and not enemies. Lu Ping seemed to have never felt that kind of abyss-like dangerous aura. The moment he appeared in the secret underwater cave, he just glanced around with a smile, and then walked out with the two of them. In a clear pool, the three of them slowly rose into the air, and the rich spiritual qi hit them in the face. Deng Ming and Xianhua were stunned by everything that suddenly appeared in front of them. After a long time, Xianhua said, "Isn't this the secret place of inheritance of our sect that father once mentioned, the inside of a magic treasure?" Lu Ping smiled and said nothing. On the side, Deng Ming saw a giant mountain in the distance, which seemed to have been cut off by someone, and a green belt of water winding down from the top of the mountain until it converged into the pool under their feet. He shook his head and said, "What kind of magic treasure can support such a giant mountain? If I'm not mistaken, isn't this the location of the famous Fei Ling sect's Fei Ling Mountain?" Before Lu Ping could say anything, Xianhua was the first to jump in fright. As the only large sect in the North Sea for tens of thousands of years, even though the Fei Ling sect had already been destroyed, it was still very famous in the North Sea cultivation world. The only large island in the North Sea, Fei Ling Island, had been destroyed by a Dharma adept who risked his life to activate a forbidden formation. Since then, the island had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Only once every 500 years would a blood condensation cultivator be allowed to enter Fei Ling Island to investigate. As a native North Sea cultivator, how could Xianhua not know about this? Fei Ling Island only opens every 500 years, and with our level of cultivation, we can't enter. Lu Ping looked up to the sky and laughed, unable to hide his pride. This is Fei Ling Island in the North Sea, and that giant mountain is Fei Ling Mountain, where Fei Ling sect used to live. What do the two of you think? Really? Doesn't that mean that our sect will have a giant island and a giant spirit vein in the future? Xianhua was pleasantly surprised. This is the foundation of Jinling's legacy. I, Xian Ming, finally understand what Yin Kuan Island has been up to all these years. I'm lucky to be able to participate in it. Deng Ming's face flashed with a hint of fanaticism, as if he was going to accomplish something earth-shattering through his hands. That's why I brought junior brother Deng here. In the next few years, I'm afraid junior brother Deng will have to stay in the deep sea for a few more years. Deng Ming laughed. To be able to personally participate in such a great event, even if senior brother wants me to leave, I'd rather die than leave. Not long after the three of them left the secret underwater cave, 3 rays of light were already flying towards them from the top of Fei Ling Mountain. Lu Ping was surprised and went up to them. Senior uncle, I haven't seen you for a few decades. How have you been? I didn't expect you to be the one in charge here. The white-haired and bearded Tianlu Laozu chuckled. Very good, very good. To be able to see Fei Ling Mountain in my lifetime, the old man can die without regrets. Your senior uncle Tianqin is in charge of the Elixir Pavilion. The old man can stay on Fei Ling Island for the rest of his life. Lu Ping hurriedly said, Senior uncle, you will live a long life. Whether Fei Ling Island can be restored to its former glory depends on senior uncle's presence. Tianlu Laozu smiled. The old man only uses his words, not his fists. On Fei Ling Island, you can be considered to be bossy and bossy. With the help of the fellow Taoists you've invited, the restoration has been greatly accelerated. After greeting Tianlu Laozu, Lu Ping cupped his hands towards the 2 people beside him. Senior uncle, senior brother Tianshang. Tiancheng Laozu glanced at the 2 people behind Lu Ping and said, This time, you're going to trigger the second lightning tribulation. Are you completely confident? Lu Ping smiled. Who dares to say that they are completely confident? However, I am 70 to 80% confident. Tiancheng Laozu nodded. Only Lu Ping would dare to say that he was 70 to 80% confident. However, Tiancheng Laozu was more or less confused because of his concern. He thought that Jinling could produce a 3rd grand cultivator, so that Jinling's status as a large sect would no longer be in doubt. Tianshang, who was half a body's length behind Tiancheng Laozu, cupped his hands towards Lu Ping and said expressionlessly, Junior brother, you're always one step ahead. Now that you're about to undergo the second lightning tribulation, I'm going to drag you down again. Lu Ping knew that Tianshang had always been serious. Although he was tall, his face was always sallow and full of worry, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. In Jinling, he was known as the sick tiger, in the North Sea cultivation world. The sick referred to Tianshang's strange appearance, while the tiger referred to Tianshang's strength. He was an extremely powerful figure among the 3rd-generation disciples of Jinling. If it were not for the fact that Jinling had produced geniuses, such as Lu Tianping and Yin Tianchu, Tian's death, and Lu Tianyuan's profound accumulation, and the care of his elders, Tianshang's strength was probably one of the best among the 3rd-generation disciples of Jinling. Lu Ping smiled and said, I'm just a step ahead. Senior brother, you'll definitely catch up in the future. As everyone exchanged greetings, upon hearing Lu Ping
Deng Ming's
introduced
identity,
Deng Ming and
even though
Xianhua,
Deng Ming had
who were
already
behind
become
him,
Jiang
to the 3
Tianling's
Laozus,
disciple,
Tiancheng, Laozu, and the others had no choice but to politely say, Thank you for your trouble. As for Xianhua, everyone sighed in their hearts, but they could not help but do their best to help him. In their hands, there were a few gifts from Tianlu Laozu and the others. Tianshang nodded at Lu Ping and said, In that case, I'll bring junior brother Xian Ming to the forbidden area of the sect-protecting formation in the belly of the mountain. After Tianshang left, Tiancheng looked at Xianhua, who was following behind Lu Ping, and said, You want this little fellow to follow you through the heavenly tribulation this time? Lu Ping smiled and nodded. I see that this child is quite fond of swordsmanship. Senior sister Tian Hui is not very proficient in swordsmanship either. It just so happens that I have an extremely complete set of swordsmanship divine ability in my hands. So I want to teach it to this child, so that he won't have to take many detours. The Forsaken Lord listened on the side, smiled and nodded. That's good. Lu Ping seemed to have thought of something at this moment. He asked Tianlu Laozu, Granduncle Master, are those people easy to order around? Tianlu Laozu's expression turned serious. The old man was about to ask you where I could find them, and there are so many of them. If the news is leaked, I'm afraid others will covet them again. Lu Ping's mouth moved slightly, and he briefly told Tianlu and Tian Chung about the longevity grotto heaven in the 9 mystical tower. Seeing their stunned expressions, he smiled. I'm afraid they will only stay here and not go out. They were raised by humans since they were born, so they are already wary of the outside world. We don't care about them on Fei Ling Island, so it's like heaven. As for planting spiritual herbs and opening up spiritual gardens, it's like instinct to them. Martial uncle, you don't have to worry about personal gains and losses. Moreover, someone has placed a vicious restriction on their divine sense. Although I have a way to conceal it, I can't remove it. They will still die if they leave this place. Tiancheng Laozu shook his head. You're really bold. Look, they're here too. When Lu Ping turned to look, he saw several Luan birds flying over from the horizon. The ones leading them were the 2 mid-Dharma adepts, Luan Xiao and Luan Qing. The rest of them were at different levels of core forging and blood condensation. There were even a few little Luan birds that seemed to have just hatched and learned how to fly. They were flapping their wings vigorously behind them. Among them were the few that Lu Ping had previously hatched under Lu Qiner's orders. Luan Xiao swooped down from the sky and transformed into his human form. When he saw Lu Ping, he shouted, Lu Tianping, your Zhenling is really ambitious. Chapter 1371. Zhenling had accumulated over the years, especially in the last 200 to 300 years, and had formed at least 4 large spirit veins on Tianling Mountain. However, just the spirit veins on Fei Ling Mountain alone were equivalent to 7 large spirit veins. And this was the result of Lu Ping's temporary absorption of the Linglong Cauldron. In reality, although a small part of Fei Ling Mountain's peak had been shaved off, causing the large spirit veins on Fei Ling Island to be heavily damaged, it was not impossible to gather another 1 or 2 large spirit veins if the entire Fei Ling Mountain was harvested. Lu Ping had come to Fei Ling Island this time, not only to bring Deng Xianming to participate in an important matter of Zhenling that would affect the legacy of Zhenling for generations to come, but more importantly, it was to make the final preparations to survive the second Thunder Trial and become a great adept of the late Dharma stage. Originally, Lu Ping did not need to be so cautious, but something that had suddenly happened at this critical juncture had forced Lu Ping to delay the time of his Thunder Trial. As one of Lu Ping's natal spirit treasures, the Sword of the Real Spirit Emoli requested to face the second Thunder Trial at the same time as Lu Ping. During the first Thunder Trial, the power of the Sword of the Real Spirit Emoli had combined with the power of the Sword of the Real Spirit, had caused Lu Ping to have a lingering fear. Originally, Lu Ping had not been too concerned about the second Thunder Trial, but Emoli's repeated requests had caused Lu Ping's heart to leap to his throat. Therefore, during this period of time, Lu Ping had been training in seclusion on Fei Ling Island. One reason was to continue to train the inner yuan in his body, and at the same time, to quickly refine the medicinal power of the White Lotus body storage elixir that had accumulated in his body for his own use. He wanted to increase the strength of his body and strengthen his foundation in preparation for the arrival of the second Thunder Trial. Secondly, he wanted to borrow the power of the Thunder Tribulation to complete something that he had been planning for a long time. This was also the reason why he insisted on bringing Deng Xianming, a formation grandmaster, along with him to participate in this major event. What? You're going to summon the second Thunder Tribulation on Fei Ling Island, and you're going to summon it together with the spirit treasure? The white-haired and amiable Fornax Laozu had only heard half of what Lu Ping had said, but his hair and beard were already standing on end. Do you know what you are talking about? Others are trying their best to weaken the strength of their own Thunder Tribulations. But you, not only do you think that your Thunder Tribulations are not strong enough, you even want to receive the Thunder Tribulations of the spirit treasures in your hands. This is not a simple addition. The power of the 2 Thunder Tribulations is no less than the 3rd Pure Yang Thunder Tribulations. Lu Ping was still grinning. I know. To be honest, when I went through my first Thunder Tribulation, I summoned the Thunder Tribulation together with this spirit treasure. Although it was my first Thunder Tribulation, the power of the Thunder Tribulation was no less than the 2nd Thunder Tribulation of an ordinary cultivator. Didn't I get through it? Fornax Laozu said seriously. This is not a child's play. You succeeded the last time, but it doesn't mean that you will succeed this time. Besides, going through the thunder tribulation together with the spirit treasure should be a secret technique of the central planes passed down from ancient times. You've already used this secret technique last time. Are you going to change your spirit treasure again this time? Lu Ping also said, It's not a change, it's still the same spirit treasure from last time. It's just that this time it concerns whether I can master a supreme secret technique quickly. So I have to take the risk again. Seeing that Lu Ping had made up his mind, Fornax Laozu had no choice but to say, Why do you want to summon the thunder tribulation on Fei Ling Island? You should know that Fei Ling Island is tens of thousands of feet under the sea. Although it doesn't affect the summoning of the thunder tribulation, it may cause changes to the various prohibitions on Fei Ling Island. Moreover, the gathering of thunderclouds is very eye-catching. After all, this is the second thunder tribulation. The movement caused by it may shake the entire North Sea cultivation world. If the secret of our sect being able to enter and leave Fei Ling Island is exposed, it will inevitably bring disaster to our sect's various plans. Of course I know that. Lu Ping explained unhurriedly. In fact, I'm doing this on purpose. During this period of time, junior brother Deng Xianming must have made preparations. The restrictive formation on Fei Ling Island was set up by the three great divines of Fei Ling sect. Back then, it could sink such a huge island into the sea. Needless to say, its power is tyrannical and magical. Now if we want to restore it, we can only use a huge external force to shorten the time. This time, the thunder tribulation is an excellent opportunity. Otherwise, with our accumulation over time, I'm afraid that Fei Ling Island won't be able to rise to the surface of the sea for at least 800 years. Moreover, the sea area of Fei Ling Island has rarely been visited for thousands of years. Even though I've summoned the thunder tribulation this time and attracted the attention of the various sects in the North Sea, who would have thought that our sect has already entered Fei Ling Island? Who would have thought that our sect is actually planning to reappear the entire Fei Ling Island in the North Sea? There won't be too many people coming and going from Fei Ling Island for the next few years. If the various sects in the North Sea can't find the person undergoing the thunder tribulation, why would they wait here for a long time? Even though Lu Ping had convinced Fornax Laozu, the thunder tribulation this time was not a trivial matter. Lu Ping still found a place far away from the edge of Fei Ling Mountain as a place to undergo the thunder tribulation. After several months of hard work, Deng Xianming had finally unlocked a small part of the restrictive formation in the belly of Fei Ling Mountain. He used this as an opportunity to set up a huge formation, intending to use the power of the thunder tribulation that dispersed during Lu Ping's thunder tribulation to pry open the restrictive formation on the entire Fei Ling Island. During the time that Lu Ping was preparing for his second thunder tribulation, Xianhua had completely become Lu Ping's right-hand man. Aside from cultivating under Lu Ping's guidance, Xianhua had personally witnessed the various preparations that Lu Ping had made for the thunder tribulation, which was greatly beneficial to Xianhua's future growth. Before he followed Lu Ping to the place where the thunder tribulation would take place, Lu Ping handed the house of gold to him and instructed, 9 out of 10 chances of surviving a thunder tribulation has always been fatal. This item contains more than half of my life's work. You can just hand it over to the sect master. Xianhua took the house of gold and said, Uncle Master's reputation is illustrious, so it's naturally not a problem for you to become a great cultivator. I'll keep this item for the time being. Once Uncle Master successfully advances, I'll naturally return it. Lu Ping smiled and handed over 2 storage artifacts to him. He said, Just give these 2 rings to Taoist Master Mystic Fox of Huangli Island in the future. She will naturally know what to do. Xianhua silently took the 2 storage artifacts, only to see Lu Ping toss another storage ring into his hands. He said, This is your reward. Senior brother Tian passed away at a young age. Although he died at the hands of Mara, it has a lot to do with Xian sect and Songhai sect. There's a set of wood elemental sword techniques that are extremely suitable for you to cultivate. There's also a portion of cultivation resources and a wood elemental high-grade earth elemental spirit item. You should cultivate diligently and not be impatient. In the future, you might be able to achieve even greater things than your father. Lu Ping paused for a moment before saying, "You should take care of yourself. Uncle Master, the heavens help the worthy." Xianhua gripped the storage ring in his hands tightly and bowed to Lu Ping. When he raised his head, he saw that Lu Ping was already hundreds of feet away. And at this moment, a strong and powerful pressure swept through the void. Although Lu Ping had already moved as far away as possible from Failing Mountain, the strong pressure still caused the entire Failing Mountain, which was gradually becoming more and more lively, to fall silent. Lu Ping completely released the shackles on his own cultivation, and a strong aura swept out in all directions, contending with the pressure of heaven and earth that had descended from the void through the tens of thousands of feet of seawater. On the surface of the sea, thick clouds of catastrophe had already rolled and gathered, and the huge phenomenon very quickly shocked the entire North Sea cultivation world. This was Lu Ping's second lightning tribulation, but the clouds of catastrophe that had gathered were not something that a mid-Dharma adept could withstand. This was the third lightning tribulation that a late Dharma adept had to face, the pure Yang lightning tribulation. Since when was there going to be a pure Yang adept in the North Sea? Could it be Xianling Sect's Daosheng Laozu, or Jinling's Tianxiang Laozu? The possibility of it being Tianxiang Laozu was not high. At this time, Jinling was in the critical period of his sect's promotion, and Jinling would definitely not take the risk at this time. Daosheng Laozu, on the other hand, was a possibility. As the number one cultivator in the North Sea, Daosheng Laozu's seniority was already much higher than Tianxiang Laozu's. Moreover, Jinling had become more and more powerful over the years, and the original number one sect in the North Sea, Xianling sect, had been declining. At this time, Daosheng Laozu might give it his all. If Daosheng Laozu could really achieve pure Yang, the North Sea cultivation world would definitely have a fierce battle. At the end of the day, there was not a single true pure Yang adept in the North Sea cultivation world, and no one could recognize the power of the third pure Yang lightning tribulation. Even Daosheng Laozu and Tianxiang Laozu had not seen it before, but many people knew that such a strong lightning tribulation had at least far exceeded their understanding of the second lightning tribulation. If it exceeded the strength of the second lightning tribulation, then what was it if not the pure Yang lightning tribulation? The key was, who was the person who triggered the lightning tribulation? The various sects in the North Sea sent their adepts to investigate, and the first to respond was Jinling. As a sect that was about to become a large sect and dominate the North Sea, they were naturally the most anxious when they suddenly discovered that there was a power that they could not control in the North Sea cultivation world. At the same time, this also proved to the North Sea cultivation world that the person undergoing the lightning tribulation here was not from Jinling. After the various sects in the North Sea received the news, they were the first to relax, but then the people from Xianling sect also came in a panic. Naturally, it was not Daosheng Laozu. Could it be that someone from outside the North Sea had come to the North Sea to undergo the lightning tribulation? This did not seem impossible. In the past 100 or 200 years, the North Sea cultivation world seemed to have attracted more and more attention from other cultivation worlds, and the number of adepts coming and going from the North Sea cultivation world had also increased. The lightning tribulation clouds gathered on the surface of the sea, and the rumbling thunder directly shocked the minds of the adepts. The area within a radius of 100 miles was completely covered by the lightning tribulation clouds, and within this area, not a single Dharma adept dared to enter. Core forging adepts could enter the area covered by the lightning tribulation, but they could at most go 30 to 50 miles in, because the huge pressure of heaven and earth made it impossible for them to withstand this kind of pressure. Chapter 1372. Who triggered the pure Yang lightning tribulation? Under the tyrannical pressure of the world, no one was able to enter the range of the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, no one knew that there was actually no one at the place where the heavenly tribulation lightning landed. The tribulation lightning fell towards the sea, but in reality, it pierced through the void and landed on the edge of Failing Island, that was tens of thousands of feet under the sea. The sword of true spirit Emoli hung above Lu Ping's head. This time, Emily did not hide behind Lu Ping like when he summoned the first heavenly tribulation lightning. Almost all of the heavenly tribulation lightning was blocked by Lu Ping alone. According to Emily, the reason why it could take the initiative to help Lu Ping share the power of the heavenly tribulation lightning was mainly because it came from the water ape artifact spirit of the Qingquan wine cauldron. This greatly improved the quality of the sword of true spirit. And what Lu Ping had said to Tianlu Laozu about the reason for cultivating a supreme sword art was not a lie. Among the 20 pieces of chiming divine stones that Lu Ping had obtained in the Dao altar world, there were a few that recorded Jiao Doran's mantras. Lu Ping seriously pondered the meaning of these mantras, especially after refining the broken stone of the Dao altar foundation. He had obtained the will of Jiao Doran that could directly nurture the dragon-shaped relief. This allowed Lu Ping to have a further understanding of the heaven-opening swordsmanship that he controlled. The heaven-opening swordsmanship had 3 sword techniques: the battle formula, the kill formula, and the death formula. These 3 sword techniques came from the same origin. Only by cultivating the battle formula to a certain degree could one touch the edge of the kill formula. Only by cultivating the kill formula to a certain degree could one touch the edge of the death formula. Lu Ping could use the sword of true spirit to derive the battle formula to create 3 flood dragons. After spending a year in the Dao altar world, he was able to fuse the 3 flood dragons into one to form the kill formula. However, if Lu Ping wanted his heaven-opening swordsmanship to further touch the edge of the death formula, he would have to undergo the second heavenly tribulation lightning. More specifically, he would have to use the sword of true spirit to undergo the second heavenly tribulation lightning and become a second tribulation spirit treasure. Only then would he be able to successfully derive the death formula. Bolt after bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning fell, its power growing stronger and stronger. This caused the cultivators who were observing from hundreds of miles away to turn pale. They were even more certain that this heavenly tribulation was a pure yang heavenly tribulation. However, the cultivators of the North Sea were all confused as to which Almighty Master was undergoing the heavenly tribulation again. Because this news was so shocking, the various sects had to use spies or connections they had left in other sects to investigate each other. The most likely suspects were Xianling sect's Daosheng Laozu and Jinling Tianxiang Laozu. Both of them had already appeared in their respective sects and clearly requested their disciples to invite this Almighty Master to their sects once they successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Even if they couldn't, they had to express their goodwill. In that case, Jinling Jiang Tianlin could also be ruled out. More and more cultivators began to believe that the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation in Fei Ling Island must be an Almighty Master from outside the North Sea. It was not that no one had connected this heavenly tribulation with Fei Ling Island, which had sunk tens of thousands of feet deep into the sea. However, this only made them more certain that the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation must be from outside the North Sea. There was no reason for this. Which North Sea cultivator would choose to undergo the heavenly tribulation in Fei Ling Island? This was an eye-catching place, and only outsiders would choose this place without any scruples. 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning fell in a row. Apart from the cultivators who were observing from hundreds of miles away, their faces turned ashen from the power of the heavenly tribulation. When the thunderclouds dispersed, there was nothing left on the sea. Was the tribulation a success or a failure? No one knew, but one thing they understood was that even if the Almighty Master had succeeded in his heavenly tribulation, he was pure Yang Laozu. If he did not want others to see him, no one would be able to find him. Naturally, the various sects would not take such a major event lightly. Although they did not find anything, the cultivators of the various sects still left many scouts in the open and in the dark, hoping to see the almighty pure yang cultivator. However, an entire year had passed, and the sea was still calm. There were no other unusual occurrences. Even if the pure yang cultivator needed to stabilize his cultivation after the heavenly tribulation, such a long period of time was enough for him to recover. It seemed that the almighty pure yang cultivator had really left. At this time, some people once again thought of Fei Ling Island. Could it be that the Almighty Master had originally come for Fei Ling Island? Although Fei Ling Island was tens of thousands of feet deep in the sea, it was not easy for a late Dharma adept to dive tens of thousands of feet deep. Even if one used various methods to reach the periphery of Fei Ling Island, there was nothing they could do against the forbidden formation that protected the entire island. When Fei Ling Island sank, there were people who had set their sights on Fei Ling Island, but in the end, all of them returned in failure. It was even rumored that the pure yang cultivator from the Crystal Palace had secretly dived tens of thousands of feet deep into the sea in an attempt to break through the forbidden formation and enter Fei Ling Island. But in the end, he did not succeed. There were also cultivators who dived thousands of feet deep into the sea to check on the teleportation formation on the cliff at the bottom of the sea. The teleportation formation was still not activated. Later, there were even people who saw Xianling sect's Dao Sheng, Laozu, personally diving into the sea to check. Although the results were unknown, after that, the Xianling sect's cultivators who had stayed near this area of the sea had all retreated. Another year had passed, and the North Sea was still calm. It was said that another Dharma adept had appeared among the third generation of Jinling's disciples, causing the various sects in the North Sea to lament that the rise of Jinling was becoming increasingly difficult to stop. It was not that the other sects in the North Sea did not have any third-generation disciples who had advanced to the Dharma stage. Even the first direct disciple of the Xianling sect, Ouyang Weijian, who had been traveling in the East Sea, had successfully passed his first lightning tribulation after returning to the North Sea and had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. However, compared to the speed at which the third generation of Jinling's disciples had advanced, it was still a far cry. Even in the training of the fourth generation disciples, Jinling was far ahead of the various sects in the North Sea. Today, it was said that nearly 10 fourth generation disciples of Jinling had advanced to the late core forging stage. As for the other sects in the North Sea, it was said that only the fourth generation disciples of Xianling, Songhai, Shui Yan, and Hai Yan had advanced to the late core forging stage. The fourth generation disciples of the other sects were still lingering around the mid-core forging stage. Although Jinling did not sail across the stormy ocean with great fanfare, like the various sects in the North Sea had imagined, it also did not have conflicts with the various sects in the North Sea because of its wanton expansion of power in the North Sea. However, Jinling used the name of the trial voyage of the treasure ship to travel around the North Sea, which was a huge deterrent to the various sects in the North Sea. Many of the sea areas, islands, and even some neutral areas that Jinling had disputes with the various sects previously chose to give way to Jinling as the treasure ship passed by. Jinling's sphere of influence had quietly expanded. At the same time, the expansion of its sphere of influence had also increased Jinling's control over the cultivation resources of the North Sea. More and more cultivation resources were gathered in Tianling Mountain, which also supported the cultivation of Jinling cultivators, forming a good cycle. On this day, in the deep sea where Fei Ling Island had sunk, a space passage opened, and Lu Ping took a step out. As Lu Ping injected a stream of spiritual essence, the water-repelling moon pearl, which was originally dim due to the heavy water pressure, suddenly became dazzling. It pushed away all the seawater around Lu Ping, forming a light shield that was 3 meters in size. For the sake of caution, Lu Ping did not come out from the transmission stone platform on the cliff at the bottom of the sea. Instead, he chose to come out from the deep sea passage that he had used when he first entered Fei Ling Island. Compared to the difficulty of entering this place back then, Lu Ping now appeared to be much more relaxed, even though the deep sea still made Lu Ping feel a trace of pressure. Lu Ping's divine sense spread out in all directions, but the pitch-black seabed didn't pose much of a hindrance to his divine sense. A smile appeared on his face, but he didn't just float up. Instead, he swam in the deep sea and headed northeast. Currently, Huangli Island had a circumference of 70 to 80 kilometers. Although it was not a medium-sized island, its status, prosperity, and importance far surpassed any medium-sized island under Jinling's jurisdiction. Lu Ping's return to Jinling did not alarm anyone else. He only greeted sixth brother Lei, who was on the island, before returning to Tingtao's cave abode. Black Fox, who was cultivating, was naturally pleasantly surprised to see Lu Ping return. The two of them had an intimate moment, and spiritual master Black Fox then asked Lu Ping if everything had been smooth for the past 2 years. Black Fox naturally knew what Lu Ping had been doing for the past 2 years, but she still did not know anything about Fei Ling Island. However, over the past 2 years, Deng Xianming had complained to Lu Ping several times that breaking the restrictive formation on Fei Ling Island was an extremely huge task. Even if he had used the external force from Lu Ping's tribulation to greatly reduce the time needed to break the formation, it would still be an extremely long process. One of the important reasons why Lu Ping had secretly left Fei Ling Island this time was to ask the sect leader for permission to bring Black Fox to Fei Ling Island to help Deng Xianming break the restrictive formation. Currently, in terms of the cultivation of formations in Jinling, apart from spiritual master Xianxin and Deng Xianming, Black Fox's attainments in formations could be ranked first. She was only one step away from becoming a formation grandmaster. If she participated in this important task, she would be able to take this last step. Seeing that Black Fox was not in a good mood, as if she had something that she could not say, Lu Ping smiled and asked, "Is there something on your mind?" A bright red flash across Black Fox's face, as if she was extremely embarrassed. However, under Lu Ping's gaze, she still spoke with 30% resentment and 70% coquettishly. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu already have 2 children, a boy and a girl. Their eldest daughter has already reached the core forging stage, and junior sister Xianling is also pregnant with senior brother Tianyong's child. Chapter 1373. Lu Ping laughed out loud, and the Black Fox's face was already red. She scolded jokingly, "You're still laughing? Master, and the sect master asked us why we don't have children a few days ago. Aya, you're still laughing. You've been running around all these years, and we've been separated more than we've been together. It's not easy for us to return to the North Sea this time. If we wait until the next time, I don't know where you'll go and how long you'll be gone." The longer the Black Fox and Lu Ping were together, the more gentle she became. This time, she spoke urgently and even had a hint of anger. Lu Ping didn't dare to tease her anymore. He hugged the black fox and said gently, "We still have to wait." "Why?" The black fox was very dissatisfied, but she gave him room to explain. Lu Ping's expression became serious, and he said, "For the bloodline inheritance." "Bloodline inheritance?" The black fox was very confused and said, "You and I are not Dao companions of the demon clan. What's the use of bloodline inheritance? Even for the demon clan cultivators, only those top demon clan members, who are direct descendants of the seventh patriarch, will have bloodline inheritance." Lu Ping smiled and said, "I'm different." Seeing the strange expression on the black fox's face, Lu Ping hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand. I'm not a demon clan cultivator, nor am I a mixed blood descendant of the human clan and demon clan. It's because my bloodline, cultivation method, and divine sense are different from ordinary cultivators. These things are my greatest secrets, and at the same time, they're the foundation of my current achievements. I hope that these things can be passed on to my descendants through my bloodline in the future. In the future, their path of cultivation will be much smoother. The black fox naturally knew what kind of legend the man beside her was in the cultivation world. She could also guess that he must have secrets that others didn't know about, but she didn't expect that these secrets would actually be in his bloodline. Naturally, Lu Ping wouldn't tell her everything. That was because some of the things that happened to him had indeed reached an unimaginable and unbelievable level. Once he said it, it would be difficult to explain, and the misunderstanding would deepen. It was better to give a general reason to convince people. Then, how long do we have to wait? The black fox naturally believed in her man, but she was still a little uneasy. Lu Ping smiled and said, "When you condense your Dharma form, wait for me to advance to pure yang." Pure yang? The black fox was a little surprised, and she was a little uncertain. "What? You don't believe I can overcome my third lightning tribulation?" Lu Ping asked with a smile. "Don't talk nonsense." The black fox was furious. What would happen if he couldn't pass the third thunder tribulation? Wasn't she cursing her man to die? However, that was a pure young cultivator. No matter how much confidence the black fox had in Lu Ping, it would be a lie to say that she didn't have any doubts about such an unreachable existence in the cultivation world. Lu Tianping whispered into the black fox's ear, "Don't worry. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not confident, I, Lu Tianping, wouldn't take the risk of having no descendants." His warm breath lingered in the black fox's ear. The manly scent on Lu Ping's body was like surging waves that drowned her. Once again, the two of them rolled together. For a period of time after that, Lu Ping stayed on Huangli Island. He took turns to test the cultivation skills of the few disciples in the school. When he had free time, he would talk about Dharma and Tao. He was quite relaxed. One day, a talisman flew over from the sky. Lu Ping reached out and grabbed it. After bidding farewell to the black fox, he turned into a ray of light and left Huangli Island. At the same time, on Scarlet Fog Island in the western part of the North Sea, Jiang Tianlin, who was guarding the island, frowned. He stretched out his hand and opened up a void in front of him. He was already dozens of miles away from Scarlet Fog Island. A ray of light came from afar and landed directly in the sea a few feet away from Jiang Tianlin. A Dharma adept covered in blood struggled for a moment before fainting in the sea. Jiang Tianlin went forward and looked at the person for a moment. Then he exclaimed, "Why is it this kid? Senior Long Huai, sorry for making you wait." The ray of light landed outside Huanyu Island in the middle of the North Sea. Lu Ping apologized to the Longhuai ancestor, who had been waiting for a long time. The Longhuai ancestor glanced at Lu Ping and said, "However, it seems that your strength has increased significantly again." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Senior, you're here for the musket god's stone this time, right?" The Longhuai ancestor nodded woodenly and said, "With your strength and the special technique that you practice, you should be able to bring out a few pieces of broken stone." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Senior, do you know the origin of the technique that I practice?" "This technique is extensive and profound. What you can practice is only a part of the complete technique." Lu Ping hurriedly asked, "Senior, do you know how to find the complete technique?" The Longhuai ancestor shook his head and said, "I don't. Lu Ping was dispirited, and he passed the 2 pieces of broken stone that contained Jiao Doran's will to the Longhuai ancestor and said, I originally had a few more pieces of broken stone, but the sect I'm in needs quite a few as well. So, I was only able to leave 2 pieces for Senior. The Longhuai ancestor weighed the 2 pieces of broken stone in his hand, while an indescribable glow flashed in his eyes. And then he said, It's fine. Lu Ping pondered for a moment before he probed. May I ask why Senior wants these pieces of broken stone? For the sake of bringing them out of the world of the Dao platform, I had no choice but to eliminate the will of Jiao Daoran contained within them. The Longhuai ancestor's face remained expressionless, but Lu Ping could read a faint smile in his eyes, which made Lu Ping feel a little awkward. Eliminate? How can the will of the 7th Patriarch of Sky Splitter be so easily eliminated by you? Lu Ping was surprised. He saw the Longhuai ancestor forming a few hand seals and muttering a few incantations. Suddenly, 2 words that left Lu Ping dumbfounded came from the 2 pieces of broken stone. The 2 words were very familiar to Lu Ping. It was the will of Jiao Daoran that Lu Ping had heard in the Dao platform. At the moment when the 2 words were heard, the Longhuai ancestor hung motionless in the air, as if he had been hit by a spell. It was as if he had fainted from the shock of the 2 words. Lu Ping guessed that the 2 incantations might have directly affected the main body of the Longhuai ancestor in the secret graveyard. So he tried to suppress the rolling thoughts in his heart and waited quietly for the Longhuai ancestor. After a long time, the avatar in front of him finally recovered. He cracked his neck and smiled at Lu Ping again. He threw the 2 pieces of broken stone in his hand to Lu Ping and said, These things are useless to the old man, so I'll return them to you. When he saw Lu Ping's surprised and bewildered expression, Ancestor Longhuai revealed a trace of a smile with great difficulty, and said, You don't understand? Lu Ping said honestly, I don't understand. Actually, it's nothing. It's just to awaken a suppressed memory. For some reason, Lu Ping felt a sense of vicissitudes from the words of the Longhuai ancestor. Chapter 1374. Lu Ping had many questions he wanted to ask, but he could see that the Longhuai ancestor obviously did not want to say much at this time, so he kept his mouth shut. However, Ancestor Longhuai was able to discern the deep feelings in Chen Shi's heart that he was hesitating to speak, and he said with a smile, There are some things that might not be beneficial to you even if you know them now. You'll naturally be able to notice many things once your strength arrives. I'm currently filled with a myriad of things, and I'm unable to explain many things in a short period of time. Lu Ping said respectfully, Yes. The Longhuai ancestor seemed a little excited after getting the guidance from the 2 broken stones and unlocking his suppressed memories. Seeing the disappointed look on Lu Ping's face, he smiled and said, This secret technique can reactivate the broken stones that you have erased. Do you want to learn it? Lu Ping smiled shamefully and said, Senior, please don't make fun of me. I naturally want to learn it. The corner of the Longhuai ancestor's mouth moved slightly, and a thought fell into Lu Ping's ears. Lu Ping frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I will just remember it and try to figure it out in the future. Obviously, this secret technique could not be understood in a short time. The Longhuai ancestor said, "The old man's secret technique can only be used to seal Jiao Doran's sound-breaking stones. The other Laozu's sound-breaking stones can't be activated." Lu Ping looked a little disappointed, but he still bowed and thanked the Longhuai ancestor. The Longhuai ancestor waved his hand and said, "You don't have to do this. The old man can only help you this much now. You can only rely on your own efforts. However, your current cultivation and strength have greatly exceeded the old man's expectations. When you advance to the Pure Yang realm, don't forget the agreement with the old man," Lu Ping said solemnly. "I will do my best. However, the firmament poison wall is said to be personally set up by Jiao Daoran. Senior, do you really have the confidence to break it with just the two of us?" The Longhuai ancestor glanced at Lu Ping and said, "The old man originally had doubts, but now it seems that your strength is more than enough." The two exchanged greetings for a while. When the Longhuai ancestor was about to leave, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned around and asked, "There is a Scarlet Mist Island in the North Sea?" Lu Ping was slightly stunned. He did not expect the Longhuai ancestor to suddenly ask this, but he still said, "Yes." The Longhuai ancestor seemed to be recalling something. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, "There seems to be some secret hidden in this island, but it seems that it has been targeted." On the way back to Huangli Island, Lu Ping divided a part of his divine sense to descend into the core space. He saw the 9-dragon bell ringing on its own above the floating sea, playing happily with the dragon-shaped Dharma form. Lu Ping's face darkened, and he said, "What a good dragon! Tell me, why did you deliberately use all the chiming stones that recorded Jiao Doran's mantra on this 9-dragon bell? What is your intention?" The 9-dragon bell flew back into Lu Ping's palm, and the dragon-shaped Dharma form was very displeased. It almost chased out of the floating sea, but Lu Ping waved his hand, and the dragon-shaped Dharma form sank back into the triple light holy water. "What do you mean? Didn't I tell you before? I feel that this will help me display my strength. In fact, the power of this 9-dragon bell is indeed the strongest among the 9 bells." "That's the reason? What other reason could there be? For example, the thought of the 7th patriarch in the stones has not been completely erased? So you're suspecting it too. I've had this feeling for a long time, but I really couldn't detect it. Therefore, I could only try my best to gather as many stones as possible from Jiao Doran's mantra on this 9-dragon bell." Lu Ping blinked his eyes and said, "So you're saying that you're not sure yourself?" The dragon-shaped Dharma form's tone was slightly doubtful, and it said, "What do you mean? Do these chiming stones that you brought out from the Tao altar really contain the thought of the 7th patriarch?" Lu Ping smiled slightly, and he chanted a few incantations. His hands then formed a few seals with the help of the rich vital qi in the core space. The 9-dragon bell suddenly buzzed amidst the dragon-shaped Dharma form's exclamation. Then a few different divine thoughts suddenly erupted, and several Jiao Doran's mantras erupted at the same time, as if there were several Jiao Daoran arguing at the same time. The dragon-shaped Dharma form's tone was as if it had seen a ghost, and it said, "There really is a hidden thought. I said that my intuition is right, but what method did you use? If this secret technique is in your hands, doesn't it mean that Jinling can hear the teachings of the 7th patriarch's mantra at any time?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "How can it be so easy? This secret technique only works on the stones that contain Jiao Doran's mantra. It is completely useless on the other stones left by Laozu." Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island, and as soon as the light dissipated, Lu Ping was stunned. He saw his disciple, Jinling's alchemy master Taoist Xianyu, rushing towards Lu Ping again. Obviously, he had been waiting for a long time. "Master, what's wrong? What happened?" There was a trace of panic on Xianyu's face, and he said, "Disciple was originally on Scarlet Mist Island, but Jiang Tianlin Laozu ordered Master to go there as soon as possible. Grandmaster Tianqin has already rushed there, and Grandmaster Taoist ordered Disciple to find Master." Lu Ping didn't have time to rest for a moment. He raised his hand and released a talisman, and told the black fox about the matter. He turned around and raised his hand, and another light extended to Xianyu's feet. In the blink of an eye, The two disappeared. Lu Ping had been traveling as fast as lightning, but he had scared his disciple out of his wits. Xian Yu tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart, but deep down, he was proud of his teacher. It only took Lu Ping a few hours to cross from the eastern part of the Deep Demon region to the western part of the Scarlet Mist Island. It showed how much importance Lu Ping attached to the news brought by his disciple. Lu Ping rushed to the area controlled by Jinling on Scarlet Mist Island. When Tianqin Laozu saw him, he stepped aside and said, "The injuries are very serious, but there is no danger to his life. However, this person has fallen into a coma, and he won't wake up no matter what." When Lu Ping saw the person coming, he exclaimed, "Luan Yu, how can it be him? How did he come to the North Sea?" Jiang Tianlin said at this time, "I have seen this person before, and I know his identity and your relationship with him. It is expected that this person persisted to Scarlet Mist Island with serious injuries. Something big must have happened, and he is most likely here to find you." Lu Ping nodded and said, "It should be so. On behalf of Luan Yu, disciple thanks martial uncle for saving him." On the side, Tianqin Laozu said impatiently, "Don't talk about useless things. Now that he can't wake up, we can't get the news he brought." Lu Ping said with a smile, "Martial uncle, don't be impatient. Brother Luan is also an alchemy grandmaster. He was seriously injured before, and his vitality was seriously lost, so he automatically entered the Wood Luan clan's secret technique to sleep. If we want to wake him up, we only need to replenish his lost vitality." Tianqin Laozu raised her eyebrows and said, "Give him a longevity pill?" Lu Ping said with a smile, "Longevity pills can naturally be used, but it is too wasteful." A sky-blue drop of water appeared in Lu Ping's hand. When Tianqin Laozu saw this, she snorted and said, "Wonder do you are willing to give it, but one drop may not be enough." Lu Ping said with a smile, "It's enough." Lu Ping used the spirit explosion technique to activate this drop of wonder dew, and the rich vitality burst out and was absorbed by the unconscious Luan Yu. A moment later, Luan Yu suddenly opened his eyes and sat up with an ah sound. His hands formed hand seals, as if he was ready to attack at any time. "Brother Luan, it's me. Brother Lu, it really is you." Luan Yu's guard immediately relaxed, but then he thought of something and said with a shocked expression, "Brother Lu, the Fire Phoenix clan has decided to invade the North Sea, and they are coming for Scarlet Mist Island." Chapter 1375. Scarlet Mist Island was huge, and there were active volcanoes everywhere on the island. The flying volcanic dust dyed the entire island a hazy fiery red. Ever since Scarlet Mist Island had emerged from the western part of the North Sea, this island full of volcanoes had become an adventurous paradise for the North Sea cultivators. The island was like a huge treasure vault, containing many fire elemental or fire-related treasures. Although there were various hidden dangers, it still could not stop the endless stream of North Sea cultivators from entering. Jinling had the upper hand before Scarlet Mist Island had emerged. Not only had he obtained the largest number of heavenly spirit fires of the highest quality, but he had also occupied nearly 1/3 of the coastline of Scarlet Mist Island in one fell swoop, and he had tried his best to expand into the depths of the island. Over the years, with the constant pressure from the various sects of the North Sea, Jinling's space on Scarlet Mist Island had been constantly compressed. Currently, only a quarter of the coastline was left. This was because Jiang Tianlin had suddenly advanced to the late Dharma stage, followed by Lu Tianping making a name for himself in the Central Plains, and the subsequent trials of the treasure ship, which had caused all the forces of the North Sea to be very wary. Thus, the North Sea cultivators had no choice but to stop their concerted efforts to suppress Jinling. The deeper one went into Scarlet Mist Island, the more dangerous it became. Until now, the sects of the North Sea had only expanded the safety of the deeper parts of Scarlet Mist Island by about 100 miles. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. Even Dharma adepts had to be very careful. As such, the North Sea cultivators still had no idea what the entire Scarlet Mist Island looked like. However, everyone knew that the training resources in the deeper parts of Scarlet Mist Island were more abundant than those in the outer parts of Scarlet Mist Island. There were often all kinds of heavenly spirit fires appearing in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island, and volcanic eruptions would often bring out all kinds of rare fire elemental spirit materials. There were even people who had discovered several fire veins in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island. Unlike the water vein, which was suitable for most cultivators to use for cultivation, it could be used as a spirit vein. Although the fire vein was only beneficial to cultivators who practiced fire attribute cultivation techniques, it could also be used to guide and evolve various types of flames. Whether it was alchemy or artifact forging, it was an indispensable thing. Back then, the Scarlet Mist Island had risen from the bottom of the sea directly because Junling had discovered a fire vein and guided it to Tianling Mountain. After that, Junling's efficiency in repairing treasured ships had greatly increased, and the equipment refining pavilion had also relied on the support of this fire vein. Although the various sects of the North Sea occupied Scarlet Fog Island on the outskirts, they were unable to stop the Dharma adepts from entering and exiting their territory at will, and exploring the depths of Scarlet Fog Island. Although the majority of these adventuring adepts were North Sea adepts, there were also a considerable number of adepts from outside the North Sea. Among these adepts from outside the North Sea, the largest group was the Fire Phoenix clan of the East Sea. The Fire Phoenix clan had always liked places where flames gathered, and volcanoes were their favorite places to stay. In fact, the Fire Phoenix clan's current habitat was a huge cluster of volcanoes. After the Scarlet Mist Island had risen from the sea, a large number of Fire Phoenix adepts had entered the depths of Scarlet Mist Island to investigate. The various sects of the North Sea, who were familiar with the habits of the Fire Phoenix clan, had been nervous for a period of time. After all, the Fire Phoenix clan was very powerful, and the various sects of the North Sea had privately agreed that if the Fire Phoenix clan invaded, the various sects would join forces to fight against the enemy. However, although the Fire Phoenix clan had never stopped investigating the depths of Scarlet Mist Island all these years, they had never shown any covetous intentions towards Scarlet Mist Island. The various sects of the North Sea had slowly relaxed, thinking that this was the North Sea after all. It was an expedition far away from the East Sea, and even the powerful Fire Phoenix clan had to be cautious. It's not that the Fire Phoenix clan doesn't care about Scarlet Mist Island. In fact, the Fire Phoenix clan has been coveting Scarlet Mist Island for a long time. They have been waiting for the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch, Yan Jiuxiao, to undergo his third Pure Yang Lightning Tribulation and become a Pure Yang cultivator. Guan Yu, who had been awakened by a drop of Wonder Jade Dew activated by Lu Ping's Spirit Explosion technique, introduced the situation of the Fire Phoenix clan to Lu Ping, Tianqin Laozu, and Jiang Tianlin. At the same time, he explained to them why the Fire Phoenix clan had chosen to invade Scarlet Mist Island at this time. As soon as Guan Yu finished speaking, Jiang Tianlin seemed to have sensed something. He stretched out his hand and tore through the air. A jade scroll appeared in his hand, and he scanned it with his divine will. His brows furrowed slightly as he said, "Senior brother Tianfeng has sent news from the East Sea. The Fire Phoenix clan leader has become a Pure Yang cultivator, and the Fire Phoenix clan has been making frequent movements." There have been many speculations in the East Sea cultivation world about this, and the Fire Phoenix clan has been keeping this a secret. It looks like what Brother Luan said is true. The Fire Phoenix clan is most likely here for Scarlet Mist Island. Lu Ping asked in confusion. The Fire Phoenix clan's invasion will definitely make the various sects of the North Sea their enemy. Our sect is currently testing our treasured ship, and when the time comes, we will have a great practitioner in command, and we will be able to fight against a Pure Yang cultivator. The Fire Phoenix clan should know this. So where did they get the courage to join forces with the various sects of the North Sea? Guan Yu smiled bitterly. The Fire Phoenix clan does not only have one Pure Yang cultivator, there is also a Pure Yang cultivator, who is even older than Yan Jiuxiao Laozu. Lu Ping and the other two Jinling Dharma adepts looked at each other, and they could all see the sudden realization and worry in each other's eyes. Lu Ping saw that Luan Yu seemed to have some hesitation in his eyes, so he smiled and asked, "Brother Luan, do you have anything else to say?" Guan Yu was not embarrassed that Lu Ping had seen through his thoughts. Instead, with a serious expression, he asked Jiang Tianlin Laozu, "Please forgive me for being direct, but I know that your sect has the largest area of influence on Scarlet Mist Island, and I believe that you must have a deep understanding of the volcanic region in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island. I wonder if Senior has discovered anything unexpected in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island?" Jiang Tianlin's expression froze, as if he had thought of something, and he asked, "Friend Luan, do you mean that the Fire Phoenix clan is attacking Scarlet Mist Island on a large scale, because of something hidden on Scarlet Mist Island?" Guan Yu nodded and said, "That is correct. The reason I was able to escape from the Fire Phoenix clan this time was because of Senior Yin Wujia's rescue. Senior Wuxia once told me that a Fire Phoenix clan practitioner had discovered some extremely important treasures in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island, and these treasures seemed to be extremely important to the Fire Phoenix clan. Otherwise, the Fire Phoenix clan would not have decided to invade Scarlet Mist Island, even though they knew that your sect was testing the waters. Furthermore, although I was able to escape from the Fire Phoenix clan this time, it is very likely that the Fire Phoenix clan will be on their guard. Perhaps the Fire Phoenix clan will make an early move." Jiang Tianlin cupped his hands towards Guan Yu and said, "Thank you, friend, for taking the risk to inform me. You are seriously injured and need to rest. If you have any requests, feel free to ask Tianping. Our sect will definitely do our best. The matter you speak of is of great importance, so the old man will take his leave first." Jiang Tianlin and Tianqin both gave Lu Ping a look and turned to leave. Lu Ping smiled and asked, "Brother Luan, there has been no news of you all these years. Could it be that you have been imprisoned by the Fire Phoenix clan? But seeing that you are now at the peak of the early Dharma stage, I believe that you have already obtained the secret inheritance of the Wood Phoenix clan." Guan Yu answered, "Back then, I followed Senior Yin Wujiu and found the secret inheritance of our clan. Even though I narrowly escaped death, I managed to obtain the inheritance of our clan and greatly improved my training. Unfortunately, after returning to the Fire Phoenix clan, I was imprisoned. Although Senior Yin Wujiu protected me in many ways, I realized that the reason why the Fire Phoenix clan did not kill me was because they wanted to keep me as a pet in preparation for Yin Wujiu to advance to the pure young stage in the future. However, Yin Wujiu is considered to have a strong foundation. He actually managed to survive the Third Thunder trial on his own, but I'm still under house arrest by the Fire Phoenix clan. Until Yin Wujiu's grandson, the Flame Spirit Coffin, spilled the beans once again, and I became food for the Flame Spirit Coffin to advance to the late Dharma stage. With my cultivation base, I could have survived the First Thunder trial long ago and advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. However, in order to make my cultivation base lower than that of the Flame Spirit Coffin, Yin Jiuxiao sealed my cultivation base to prevent the Flame Spirit Coffin from devouring me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state this time. "Sealed? Let me take a look." Lu Ping reached out and placed a hand on Guan Yu's shoulder. An unstoppable and vigorous inner yuan wrapped in a strand of divine consciousness carefully probed into Guan Yu's core space. Guan Yu smiled and said, "Although I have been imprisoned all these years, Brother Lu's reputation has been like thunder in my ears. Seeing you today, I could not tell what level of training Brother Lu is at. I could only feel that your training is as deep as the sea and unfathomable. I originally thought that after obtaining the secret inheritance of our clan, I would definitely be able to catch up to Brother Lu. Unexpectedly, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger." Lu Ping's hand had already left Guan Yu's shoulder. He smiled and said, "If your heart space wasn't sealed, your cultivation wouldn't still be at the early Dharma stage. But now, I can't help you break the seal. Otherwise, the thunder tribulations will descend immediately. With your current state, you'll definitely die." Guan Yu's eyes lit up, and Lu Ping smiled and said, "If your heart space wasn't sealed, your cultivation wouldn't be at the early Dharma stage." "What?" Guan Yu's expression was one of disbelief. He said, "Brother Lu, are you saying that you can undo the seal?" "That is a seal personally placed by Yin Jiuxiao, the pure young Laozu. Brother Lu, are you sure you can undo it? Could it be that you are also? Lu Ping shook his head and smiled. Just being able to undo the seal does not mean that my training has to reach the pure yang stage. Luan Yu was even more impressed. However, he heard Lu Ping say, the most important thing now is to recover from your injuries. Once you have recovered, I will bring you to a secret place. It will definitely give you a big surprise. Luan Yu nodded, then blushed and said, Brother Lu, where is China now? How is she? Lu Ping laughed out loud and said, That's right. I forgot that China is now an early avatar cultivator, and she's currently in the House of Gold. Let me send Brother Luan and China off. Luan Yu blushed and said shyly, Brother Lu, don't make fun of me. Lu Ping waved his hand and opened the door to the House of Gold, then sent Luan Yu in without saying anything. The smile on Lu Ping's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a cold smile. He then walked out of the secret room. Chapter 1376. When Lu Ping left the secret room, Jiang Tianlin, Tianqin and Laozu, as well as the two Dharma adepts, Tiancheng and Tianfeng, who were assisting Jiang Tianlin in defending Scarlet Mist Island, had also arrived. The two must have heard from Jiang Tianlin that the Fire Phoenix clan was about to invade Scarlet Mist Island. Scarlet Mist Island had become an important place for Jinling to collect training resources. Although Jiang Tianlin was a great adept, Tiancheng and Tianfeng's help was not enough. Moreover, Scarlet Mist Island was a paradise for fire-based training techniques. It was a waste that there were no other fire-based Dharma adepts guarding Jinling. Tianqin Laozu had obviously arrived because of Luan Yu. Jiang Tianlin seemed to notice Lu Ping's confusion and explained, Your uncle Master Tiancheng brought Tian to the central area of Scarlet Mist Island. They seem to be looking for an extremely rare spiritual material. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. Senior Chen Lian has successfully condensed his Dharma power? This is a joyous occasion. Tianqin Laozu smiled. It's not just Chen Lian. In these 3 years, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu have both advanced to the Dharma stage. Our sect has gained 3 more Dharma adepts. Jiang Tianlin nodded. I have already informed the ship. It has turned around and is rushing here from the southern sea. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu are also on the ship. They will arrive at Scarlet Mist Island in a few days. Jiang Tianlin was the actual controller of Jinling's ship. Although he was not on the ship, he could move the ship at any time. Tiancheng Laozu said, With the ship, the Fire Phoenix clan will not dare to be too arrogant in front of our sect. If they join forces with the other sects in the North Sea, the Fire Phoenix clan may not be able to win. Tianfeng suddenly said, Lian Heng. Tiancheng Laozu was stunned. Lian Heng? Who is Lian Heng? Which sect in the North Sea dares to go against the world? As soon as Tiancheng Laozu finished speaking, a disciple came to report that there was news from the sect that a messenger from the Eastern Sea Fire Phoenix race had come to Tianling Mountain, and the sect master was currently receiving him. Tiancheng Laozu was taken aback for a moment. Then he muttered to himself, If we join hands with the Fire Phoenix clan, we might be able to divide the Scarlet Mist Island evenly. Jiang Tianlin looked at Tiancheng Laozu and said, Equally? Don't forget that our sect now occupies a quarter of the Scarlet Mist Island's periphery. If we divide it equally, will our sect and the Fire Phoenix clan each take half of the Scarlet Mist Island? Or will we divide the remaining 3/4 equally? Our sect will undoubtedly suffer a loss in the former. But do you think that the Fire Phoenix clan would be willing to accept such a small amount of benefits after mobilizing such a large force? Tiancheng Laozu smiled sheepishly and said, I'm just saying. Tianqin continued, The situation in the North Sea is delicate right now. If our sect takes the lead in inviting the wolf into the house, the other sects in the North Sea may fight to imitate us. At that time, not only will our sect be isolated by the other sects in the North Sea, but the situation in the North Sea will also deteriorate. Now that our sect's treasured ship is about to set sail for the Central Plains, the situation in the North Sea is still more stable. So this time, I think it's better to join hands with the other sects in the North Sea to resist the Fire Phoenix clan. Tiancheng Laozu said in a low voice, Even so, our sect is currently very powerful. If we want to join hands, we will naturally be the leader. However, we must also be the vanguard in resisting the Fire Phoenix clan. This is not good. At this time, Jiang Tianlin received news from Tianling Mountain again. He waved the jade slip in his hand and said with a smile, "The sect master has ordered us to act according to the situation on the Scarlet Mist Island." Tianqin said coldly, "The sect master is really scheming." However, from Lu Ping's point of view, Tianqin Laozu seemed more or less disappointed. It seemed that her master's judgment was once again ahead of hers. Lu Ping didn't care about this. When the sect master's decree arrived, he already knew about his master's plan. Naturally, he supported his master's plan and said with a smile, "This is great. As long as the treasured ship reaches the Scarlet Mist Island within our sect's sphere of influence before the Fire Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix clan will certainly not fight to the death with our sect. At that time, they will certainly use the other sect's sphere of influence as a breakthrough point. Our sect will sit and wait for the other sects to call for help. This way, we will have the upper hand." At this time, Tiancheng Laozu also understood the sect master's intention, but he still said, "In this way, our sect will have the upper hand against the other sects in the North Sea, but for the Fire Phoenix clan, we will be in a passive position. When the Fire Phoenix clan will attack, which sect's sphere of influence will be used as a breakthrough point, and what their real goal is, we have no idea." At this time Lu Ping said, "Previously, Brother Luan said that the Fire Phoenix clan is invading the North Sea on a large scale. In addition to the coveted fire attribute cultivation resources on the Scarlet Mist Island, more importantly, they may be after a certain treasure. Now the most important thing is to find out what the Fire Phoenix clan is after, and how they know that this treasure is on the Scarlet Mist Island. In this way, at least in the upcoming battle, our sect will have the upper hand." "That's right," Tiancheng Laozu agreed. "Among all the practitioners in our sect, the one who is most familiar with the central area of the Scarlet Mist Island is probably Brother Tiancheng." This time, Brother Tiancheng has successfully advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, and his natural mystical power, the Inferno Sky Burning Formation, may be able to bring back more information from the central area. Ancestor Jiang Tianlin said, "No matter what the Fire Phoenix clan's true goal is, there is one thing that is beyond doubt. The Fire Phoenix clan has been planning this for a long time, and they didn't hesitate to wait for Yin Jiuxiao to become a pure young cultivator for several years. Although this is a well-planned and appropriate plan, it also means that the Fire Phoenix clan doesn't have absolute confidence in winning. At the very least, they don't have the confidence to win in a short period of time. If the Fire Phoenix clan has really come for a treasure that might exist on Scarlet Mist Island, then we have enough time to deal with everything that comes next." At this time, Tianfeng also said, "We don't have enough manpower." Although the treasured ship was completely comparable to a pure young practitioner on the sea, and in terms of power and endurance, the treasured ship was far superior to a pure young practitioner, but it was important to note that a pure young practitioner was much more agile than a treasured ship. The Fire Phoenix clan's pure young practitioners would not be so foolish as to go head-on with the Jinling's treasured ship. Moreover, the treasured ship had such power. Apart from the quality of the ship itself, it also needed a grand practitioner and hundreds of middle and low-level practitioners who could command it with ease. Moreover, once the Fire Phoenix clan invaded Scarlet Mist Island, they would definitely be prepared for the worst. Apart from the pure young practitioners, the number of grand practitioners they had would not be less than the total number of grand practitioners the North Sea humans currently had. In addition, there were also a large number of other Dharma adepts. The Fire Phoenix clan was a large demon clan in the East Sea, second only to the Green Sea Snakes, so their power was not to be underestimated. Although the number of Dharma adepts in Jinling had increased like a geyser in the past few years, compared to a large demon clan like the Fire Phoenix clan, they were still far behind. Apart from Tianling Mountain, which served as their headquarters, there were still many other important places in Jinling that required Dharma adepts to guard. As such, The number of people that could be transferred to Scarlet Mist Island was also limited. There's no need for so many people. Lu Ping's voice suddenly had a hint of coldness in it. Who knows, when the time comes, the Fire Phoenix clan might retreat. There was a commotion outside the secret chamber, and Tianqing Laozu's voice could be heard from afar. This time, the old man is most likely in trouble. Where is senior brother Jiang? Quick, bring me to him. Chapter 1377. Tianqing Laozu rushed into the secret room, only to see that everyone was looking at him. This surprised Tianqing Laozu and he said, "Why are there so many people here?" Jiang Tianlin smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did brother Tianqing discover something in the central area of Scarlet Mist Island? Or did you snatch something good from the hands of the other sects?" Tianqing Laozu touched the back of his head and laughed, as if Jiang Tianlin had hit the nail on the head. However, his expression immediately turned serious and he said, "This time, I'm afraid it's not a small matter. I met the people of the Fire Phoenix clan in the central area, and I snatched this from them." Tianqing Laozu opened his palm, and a 3-foot purple feather with golden edges appeared in his palm. From a distance, it seemed that there was a dense qi flowing in the feather, and the spiritual qi around the feather seemed to be affected as well. When it passed by the feather, the flow of the spiritual qi seemed to have been distorted. Lu Ping used his divine will to sense it, but he was surprised to find that the space within a 3-foot radius of the feather seemed to be distorted. Even though Lu Ping's divine will was strong, he was still unable to touch the feather with his divine will. Obviously, at this moment, not only Lu Ping, but the other Dharma adepts also realized that this feather was extraordinary. Just like Jiang Tianlin and Mei Tianqin, they had other feelings in addition to the others' discoveries. Both of them could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Jiang Tianlin was the first to ask, "Brother, do you know what this feather is, and how did you get it?" "Wanyu," Tianqing Laozu said matter-of-factly, "but it looks like the quality is very high. Disciple Tianlian seems to value this feather very much. If it wasn't for the fact that he was envious of this kid, the old man might not have tried to steal it. At first, it was a practitioner of the Fire Phoenix clan who first discovered it. Fortunately, this person was only an early Dharma adept. When the old man found this feather interesting, he snatched it from him. However, the practitioner of the Fire Phoenix clan was quite impressive, and he was able to call for companions in time. When the old man met him, he would soon find out the identity of the old man and come looking for him. The Fire Phoenix clan is not to be underestimated. It seems that this time the old man has caused a lot of trouble." As Tianqing Laozu spoke, Chen Lian had already followed him into the secret room. After bowing to Jiang Tianlin and the others, he smiled and nodded to Lu Ping as a greeting. Jiang Tianlin was silent for a moment, then turned to Chen Lian and asked, "Disciple Tianlian, you are one of the top craftsmen in our sect. In your opinion, what is so special about this feather?" Chen Lian hesitated, as if he was not confident. Although he was also a Dharma adept, he had just advanced, and he had always considered his status and way of thinking as a core forging adept. However, seeing that everyone was asking, Chen Lian could only bite the bullet and say, "In my opinion, this feather is something that can only be found by chance. It is a rare spiritual material in the world, and at least it is enough to make a replica of the 7-feather fan." The 7-feather fan was one of the 6 divine weapons of opening the heavens. In the world of practice, the most famous replica was the 7-feather fan in Laozu's hands. This was because Laozu had inherited the functions of the 7-feather fan through the 7-feather fans. Although this was far from the 7-feather fan, it had also made 7-feather fan famous in the world of practice. The 7-feather fan was made from the phoenix feathers of Laozu's 7-feather fans. Each feather was the feather of a demon cultivator of the phoenix bloodline, who had become a pure young demon cultivator. Since Chen Lian said that this feather could be used to make a replica of the 7-feather fan, then this feather should at least be left behind by a demon cultivator of the phoenix bloodline. More than that, although Tianqing Laozu's words refuted Chen Lian's guess, everyone was shocked. Tianqing Laozu reacted the fastest. He said, That means it is at least a pure yang level feather. In that case, the old man was not reckless this time. Such a feather is really worth the old man to make a move. Yes, Tianqin Laozu said grumpily. It is indeed worth you to make a move. But it is also worth the Fire Phoenix clan to make a move. The Fire Phoenix clan, led by a pure yang cultivator, is preparing to invade Scarlet Mist Island. We are gathered in this secret room to discuss this matter. Ah! Ancestor Tianqing let out a strange cry and said, "No way! It's too fast. It was only a few hours ago that I sneak attacked the cultivator of the Fire Phoenix tribe." Lu Ping hurriedly explained to Tianqing Laozu and Chen Lian what had happened. The two gradually frowned, obviously realizing the seriousness of the matter. Jiang Tianlin took the feather in Tianqing Laozu's hand and carefully examined it. In the end, he shook his head and asked Tianqing Laozu, "How did this feather appear? Did someone lose it? Or was it originally on Scarlet Mist Island?" Tianqing Laozu and Chen Lian were stunned. Obviously, they also realized the difference. Tianqing Laozu was obviously not sad about this matter. He looked at Chen Lian, who was next to him. There was no doubt that the conclusion of a tool refining grandmaster was more authoritative. Chen Lian thought for a moment and finally said, "The possibility of it being lost is very small. It's more likely that it was originally on Scarlet Mist Island. When I obtained this feather, I could sense the rich aura of volcanic magma from it. This feather was brought out during the eruption of the volcano," Tianqing Laozu said excitedly. Could it be that the Fire Phoenix clan really came for this feather? Could it be that Scarlet Mist Island was a habitat for the Fire Phoenix clan in ancient times? Could the volcanoes in the center of Scarlet Mist Island be the burial place of the Fire Phoenix clan? As he spoke, Tianqin Laozu also took the feather from Jiang Tianlin's hand. The Zhen Yuan in his hand surged, and the moment it entered the feather, a loud cry suddenly came from the feather. Tianqin Laozu's expression changed. He saw a scarlet Zhen Yuan continuously flowing towards the feather in Tianqin Laozu's hand. Lu Ping and the others quickly realized that something was wrong. It seemed that Tianqin Laozu could no longer control the Zhen Yuan in his body. Jiang Tianlin straightened his palm and was about to attack. But Tianqin Laozu suddenly stopped him. "No, wait a bit more." Tianqin Laozu's face was pale because of the loss of Zhen Yuan. His forehead was covered in sweat. But he still gritted his teeth and persisted in pouring the Zhen Yuan into the purple gold feather in his hand. Jiang Tianlin sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "This is at least a feather left behind by an existence that had become a phoenix's true soul, and it is most likely a life feather." In fact, the moment that Tianqin Laozu could no longer control his Zhen Yuan, everyone already knew that this feather was no small matter. However, they really didn't think that this feather would have such a great origin. After Tianqin Laozu's Zhen Yuan activated the remaining thought in the feather, Lu Ping's Dharma power of dragon in the new space suddenly created a huge wave in the suspended sea, and a dragon's roar resounded through the core space. If it weren't for Lu Ping's excellent divine will, which forcibly suppressed the dragon's roar, it would have competed with the previous roar from the feather. Just as the Dharma power of dragon roared, the true soul that had just successfully escaped from the thunder tribulation with Lu Ping seemed to have noticed something, and the trembling sound of the sword also danced up and down along with the long sword. What was even more intense than the reaction between the Dharma power of dragon and the true soul was a 1-foot square handkerchief. The handkerchief was enshrouded in a wave-like light, and the colorful phoenix embroidered in the corner of the handkerchief suddenly became alive the moment the roar sounded, as if it was about to fly out of the handkerchief. Lu Ping stared at the feather in Tianqin's hand with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This feeling was too familiar to Lu Ping. This was a reaction caused by the resonance between the relics of the world. Although this feather could not be compared to the huge astronomical phenomenon that shook the world when the true soul sword appeared, at least it was much stronger than the resonance of the relics of the world when the true soul handkerchief appeared. This feather was actually left behind by the real body of Wan Daoist. Tianqin Laozu had tested it with his qi before, which obviously triggered the remaining Wan Daoist's thoughts in the feather. This phoenix feather was like a pebble in the Taoist altar world at this time, and the Luan Daoist thoughts contained in it became Tianqin Laozu's gains. Jiang Tianlin also cultivated the bloodline of Luan Daoist. He had also tried to test this feather with his qi before, but he obviously missed this opportunity. Lu Ping casually threw out 3 top-grade spirit stones, and then activated them one by one with the spirit explosion technique. A rich aura instantly surrounded Tianqin Laozu. Tianqin Laozu, who had become weaker because of the loss of qi, suddenly felt refreshed, and the input of qi in his hand became much more stable. After a long time, the qi in Tianqin Laozu's hand finally stopped gushing out. The phoenix feather shone brightly, and a bright red light flowed on the surface of the feather. It was as if another flame was being bred in it, and it could erupt at any time. Although the celestial zither ancestor had not yet recovered from the great consumption of true essence, he still stood up with a giggle. He seemed to be very impatient to sweep the feather in his hand over everyone in the secret room. The aura in the secret room suddenly became chaotic. Not only that, the moment the feather swept past Tianqin Laozu and the others, almost at the same time, found that their auras began to leak out uncontrollably. If they used magic spells at this time, their power would be greatly affected. This was still the case when Tianqin Laozu had not fully displayed the power of this feather. If Tianqin Laozu's strength was fully restored, and he had a deeper understanding of this feather, the power of this feather would be greatly enhanced. Although the power of Tianqin Laozu's previous surprise attack was not great, everyone except Jiang Tianlin and Lu Ping was affected in an instant. Jiang Tianlin barely suppressed the aura around his body, but Lu Ping was not affected by this feather at all from beginning to end. Tianqin Laozu seemed to also notice Lu Ping's strangeness. When he looked at Lu Ping, he heard Lu Ping say with a smile, "Congratulations, Martial Uncle, on obtaining the heaven-opening relic." Chapter 1378. The heaven-opening relic. Everyone stared straight at the feather in the celestial zither ancestor's hand. It was a heaven-opening relic. Didn't that mean the feather came from the Luan Daoist's true spirit body? Tianqin Laozu looked at the feather in Tianqin Laozu's hand curiously. He said, "Is this the heaven-opening relic?" Then he looked at Chen Lian next to him and said, "It seems we didn't have the luck to get it. We've studied the feather for a long time, but we didn't get it as easily as apprentice sister Tianqin." Tianqin Laozu didn't pay attention to Tianqin Laozu's complaints. He looked at Lu Ping and asked in surprise, "Why are you so sure it's the Luan Daoist's heaven-opening relic?" Lu Ping said with a smile, "I was lucky enough to see a heaven-opening relic like this. That's why I know it." Tianqin Laozu didn't ask what it was. He smiled and said, "You're lucky." Ah. Tianqin Laozu suddenly realized something. He said, "Do you think the Fire Phoenix clan came for this heaven-opening relic? Or are there many other heaven-opening relic left by the Luan Daoist on Scarlet Mist Island?" Tianqin Laozu said seriously, "It's highly possible. The Fire Phoenix clan is the direct descendant of the Luan Daoist, so it's highly possible that they can take the heaven-opening relic for themselves. This feather is only something that fell from the Luan Daoist's body. It's not even a magic weapon, yet it has such power. Moreover, the Luan Daoists will contained in it will be very beneficial to one's cultivation in the future. If there really is more than one heaven-opening relic on Scarlet Mist Island, then the Fire Phoenix clan has a good reason to make such a big fuss." Jiang Tianlin seemed to have thought of something. He said, "Ever since Scarlet Mist Island emerged from the sea, the Fire Phoenix clan has never stopped exploring the depths of Scarlet Mist Island. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're persistent. Even the sects and factions of the Northern Sea aren't as diligent as the Fire Phoenix clan. If that's the case, then it makes sense that the Fire Phoenix clan has discovered some secret in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island." A few days later, under the secret instigation of Zhenling's sect, the news that the Fire Phoenix clan was about to invade Scarlet Mist Island in the North Sea quickly spread throughout the North Sea, causing quite a stir in the North Sea. The news from the Eastern Sea seemed to prove that the rumors were true. The sects and factions strengthened the defenses of Scarlet Mist Island, but only by a little. It seemed that no faction in the Northern Sea's cultivation world could resist the Fire Phoenix clan. unless the sects and factions of the Northern Sea could unite and fight against their enemies. However, just as the sects and factions of the Northern Sea were doing their best to prepare for the possible invasion of the Fire Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix clan far away in the Eastern Sea had already found out about the actions of the sects and factions of the Northern Sea. Although they didn't know how the sects and factions of the Northern Sea knew that the Fire Phoenix clan would invade Scarlet Mist Island, since their goal had been seen through, the Fire Phoenix clan had no choice but to enter the Northern Sea in advance to attack in order to maintain the element of surprise. Just as the sects and factions of the Northern Sea were still hesitating, the Fire Phoenix clan suddenly arrived in the Northern Sea and launched a thunderous attack on Scarlet Mist Island. Under the leadership of Yan Jiuxiao, the leader of the Fire Phoenix clan, who had successfully advanced to the Pure Sun stage, the Fire Phoenix clan had gathered outside Scarlet Mist Island 2 peak adepts, 8 mid-Dharma adepts, 15 early Dharma adepts, and hundreds of core forging adepts. In the face of such a powerful force, the sects and factions of the Northern Sea were as silent as cicadas in winter. This time, the Fire Phoenix clan had invaded Scarlet Mist Island on a large scale. Yan Jiuxiao had taken away almost half of the Fire Phoenix clan's power in one fell swoop. Although the sects and factions of the Northern Sea had slightly strengthened their defenses on Scarlet Mist Island under the influence of Jinling's secret messages, in the face of the Fire Phoenix clan's tyrannical power, they could only crumble. In just 3 days, the entire outer region of Scarlet Mist Island had been occupied by the Fire Phoenix clan, the Jade Sword clan, the Soaring Feather sect, the Linggu sect, the Chongming sect, and the various small factions of the Northern Sea, as well as many alliances of independent practitioners, had all been taken over by the Fire Phoenix clan. Apart from that, the Sea Flame sect and the Shuiyan Pavilion's territories had also been greatly reduced. For a time, the sects and factions of the Northern Sea had joined forces to fight against the Fire Phoenix clan. More and more people hoped that at this time, the 3 strongest factions of the Northern Sea cultivation world, the Jinling sect, Xianling sect, and the Vast Sea sect, would join forces with the other sects and fight against the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion. In reality, although the Fire Phoenix clan was powerful, they had intentionally avoided Jinling, Xianling sect, and Vast Sea sect when they invaded Scarlet Mist Island. It was obvious that unless they had no other choice, the Fire Phoenix clan was unwilling to fall out with the 3 strongest sects of the Northern Sea. Yan Jiuxiao could see very clearly that as long as the 3 sects did not show up, especially Jinling, the largest sect in the Northern Sea that was about to become a large sect, was unwilling to clash with the Fire Phoenix clan, then the entire Northern Sea cultivation world would definitely be in a state of disunity. They would not be a match for the Fire Phoenix clan at all. This time, the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion of the Northern Sea was very big. If everything went smoothly, it would naturally be best if they could avoid the alliance of the 3 great sects of the Northern Sea. If that didn't work, then Yan Jiuxiao would not hesitate to fight against the sects of the Northern Sea. So what if that Jinling had a treasured ship? Yan Jiuxiao really did not care about it at all. The envoys of the various sects all asked Jinling for help. Jinling's sect master, Lu Tianling, repeatedly expressed his support for the sects of the Northern Sea and condemned the Fire Phoenix clan's barbaric behavior. However, he still did not take any further action. The Fire Phoenix clan, on the other hand, had schemed for a long time, so they naturally would not take these words to heart. However, Yan Jiuxiao was still wary of them, so he still gave an explanation to Jinling's questions. No matter what, it was just wrangling. What the Fire Phoenix clan needed right now was time. Although Jinling had expressed his stance, he had not actually taken any action. Xianling sect and Vast Sea sect, on the other hand, did not have the qualifications to stand out. Even though these 2 sects were equally influential in the Northern Sea, now that Jinling's power had been established in the Northern Sea, they naturally would not jump out and challenge Jinling's authority at this time. The public opinion in the Northern Sea was turbulent. Xianling sect and Vast Sea sect released rumors, saying that Jinling was conserving his strength and perhaps had secretly come to an agreement with the Fire Phoenix clan. Jinling was indeed not fit to lead the Northern Sea. However, Jinling completely ignored these rumors. It was only when the sects of the Northern Sea realized that without Jinling's leadership, they really could not fight against the Fire Phoenix clan, did they automatically quell the rumors and realize Jinling's true intentions during this period of time. Jinling was using this opportunity to announce his position to the entire Northern Seas cultivation world. This position must be voluntarily acknowledged by all the sects, including Xianling sect and Vast Sea sect. The envoys of Xianling sect and Vast Sea sect finally arrived. They begged Jinling to come forward and organize the cultivators of the Northern Sea to resist the invasion of the Fire Phoenix clan. This could be considered as them acknowledging Jinling's position as the ruler of the Northern Sea. Jinling's ship that was anchored in the waters of Scarlet Mist Island immediately set sail. Jiang Tianlin sat on the ship and confronted the Fire Phoenix clan outside the waters of Scarlet Mist Island. However, after Jinling started the ship, he did not make any further moves. The Fire Phoenix clan seemed to be afraid after Jinling took action and did not further expand their territory on Scarlet Mist Island. Although there were small skirmishes between the two sides, the high-level cultivators on both sides restrained each other and did not further escalate the conflict between the two sides. The Fire Phoenix clan was trying their best to buy time, but in reality, Jinling was doing the same. After Tianqin Laozu obtained the opportunity of creating the heavens, other than Jiang Tianlin, Tiancheng Laozu, Tianfeng, and the others who stayed behind to watch over Jinling's territory on Scarlet Mist Island, the 7 Dharma adepts, Lu Ping, Tianqin Laozu, Tianqing Laozu, Tianlian, Tianyong, Luanyu and Lu Qiner, went deeper into Scarlet Mist Island. The reason they went deeper into Scarlet Mist Island was to confirm the true purpose of the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion this time. In the depths of Scarlet Mist Island, whether there was only this feather or something even more shocking than the heavens was hidden. No matter what, Jinling and the others had to try their best to obtain as many benefits as possible before the Fire Phoenix clan invaded. It was a pity that this time, Jinling had somewhat miscalculated. He had spread the news of the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion in advance. Originally, he had done this so that the various sects in the North Sea could prepare and delay the Fire Phoenix clan when the war broke out. However, he did not expect that the Fire Phoenix clan had been coveting Scarlet Mist Island for a long time. Just as the news of the invasion started in the North Sea cultivation world, the Fire Phoenix clan entered the North Sea much earlier than expected. Apart from Lu Ping and Luanyu, the rest of the cultivators who entered the depths of Scarlet Mist Island in advance were all outstanding fire attribute cultivators in Jinling. They were like fish in water in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island, and were able to take advantage of the geographical advantage. Lyra Laozu, who had obtained the Luan Taoist's feather, was the key to this investigation. Luan Yu and Lu Qiner were both direct descendants of the genuine top-grade Luan bloodline. Since the true spirit feather of the Luan Taoist had been discovered on Scarlet Mist Island, Luan Yu and Lu Qiner might be able to help. Lu Ping clearly remembered that when Scarlet Mist Island first emerged from the sea, it was because of Lu Qiner's guidance that he had repeatedly seized the initiative during the nimble plundering of the world. As for Lu Ping himself, although the cultivation technique he cultivated countered the continuous volcanoes of Scarlet Mist Island, he was, after all, one of the 3 great experts in Jinling. With Celestial Phenomenon Laozu overseeing Heavenly Spirit Mountain and Jiang Tianlin controlling the treasured ship, this investigation into the depths of Scarlet Mist Island could only be led by Lu Ping. Patriarch Yan Jiuxiao nodded, then turned to the 2 great cultivators of the clan and asked, "What's the current situation?" A red-faced, thick-browed great cultivator of the Fire Phoenix race hesitated for a moment, then said, "The current situation isn't as smooth as we expected. Our estimation of the strength of the North Sea's cultivation world is somewhat insufficient." Yin Jiuxiao was taken aback, then said with some dissatisfaction, "Insufficient? But what other trump cards does that Jinling still have hidden?" The other great cultivator with a tall and long neck said, "It's not Jinling, it's the other sects. When our clan entered the North Sea this time, We paid the most attention to this Junling. No matter how much strength Junling has hidden, it's completely within our sect's expectations. Little did we know that because Junling has become more and more powerful, the other sects have been unable to conceal their sharpness, so they've decided to hide their strength and bide their time. Instead, it's these sects who have truly hidden their strength. Now, under the pressure of our clan, Junling's attitude is ambiguous, and the other sects have revealed much of their hidden strength in a hurry. What a good Junling! Yin Jiuxiao laughed, then said, using our clan to invade Scarlet Mist Island this time, they first retreated in order to gain the righteous cause of leading the North Sea, then using our clan's strength to force out the other sect's hidden strength. Next, they should be joining forces with the other sects of the North Sea to officially fight against our clan. It's said that this Junling sect master is a rare female hero in the cultivation world. Now that I've personally experienced it, her open schemes truly live up to her reputation. The red-faced, thick-browed great cultivator said, even the most brilliant methods must be backed by absolute strength. Could it be that this Junling really thinks that they have the strength to fight against our clan, just because they have a treasured ship? The other long-necked great cultivator glanced at Yin Jiuxiao and said, we absolutely cannot be careless. If the other sects of the North Sea really join forces, it will be a very troublesome matter for our clan. Our clan's true goal for this trip to the North Sea this time is not to start a war with the other sects of the North Sea. It's best if we can stall for time. We only need to obtain the treasures on Scarlet Mist Island. Although Scarlet Mist Island is good, it is ultimately not our clan's resting place. Moreover, this time, our clan is mobilizing on a large scale, and the clan master has already suffered a lot of criticism. If it wasn't for the clan master becoming a pure young cultivator and temporarily suppressing the opposing forces within the clan, we might not even be able to make this trip. If we get caught in the quagmire of a war with the other sects of the North Sea, as time passes, I'm worried that the East Sea will become unstable. The red-faced cultivator wanted to say more, but Yin Jiuxiao raised his hand and stopped him, saying, although Fifth Brother's words are reasonable, if we can obtain the treasures on Scarlet Mist Island this time, we won't hesitate to start a war with the other sects of the North Sea. The long-necked cultivator still wanted to argue, but Yin Jiuxiao continued, do the two of you know why the old man was able to successfully overcome the pure yang lightning tribulation this time? The red-faced cultivator said loudly, of course it's because Big Brother's forces are superior. The long-necked cultivator hesitated. Could it be related to this Scarlet Mist Island? Yin Jiuxiao nodded, saying, that's right. What the old man can confirm is that there is more than one treasure that can help the old man advance to pure yang. As long as we can find it again, it's not impossible for us two brothers to have a glimpse of pure yang in the future. Yin Jiuxiao's words caused the eyes of the two great cultivators to light up, and even their breathing became hurried. Yin Jiuxiao smiled slightly and seemed to be mumbling to himself. What's more, the old man suspects that there may be something even more exciting than the treasure that can help us advance to pure yang on Scarlet Mist Island. If we can obtain it this time, our Fire Phoenix clan may even be able to build a foundation like the Green Sea Snake and the Peacock Royalty for tens of thousands of years. If that's the case, what's the harm in fighting with the other sects of the North Sea? At this moment, a fiery red streak of light approached from afar, arriving in front of Yin Jiuxiao and the others. Without waiting for the person riding the streak of light to appear, his voice was already heard, saying, Grandfather, there's news from the depths of Scarlet Mist Island. There are Junling practitioners there. Could it be that this Junling has already discovered the secret of our clan's invasion of Scarlet Mist Island? Yin Jiuxiao's face darkened, and he said, Coffin, you're already a peak mid-Dharma adept now, with 1 foot in the late Dharma stage. How can you still act so rashly? In this way, even if you manage to obtain the treasure of creation and successfully pass through the second trial, it will be extremely difficult for you to advance further in the future. The person who had come was the first direct descendant of the third generation of the Fire Phoenix clan, Yin Jiuxiao's grandson, Flame Coffin, who had once competed with Lu Ping and the others in the Battle of Phantom Island. After the battle at the Nine Mysteries Tower in Central Earth, the third generation of adepts in the world of practitioners had begun to advance to the late Dharma stage. This Flame Coffin's level of practice had increased extremely quickly, but he had taken some shortcuts, which caused his foundation to be unstable. When his level of practice had increased to the bottleneck of the mid-Dharma stage, he was a little apprehensive when faced with the second trial. However, not long ago, there was news from the Green Sea Snakes that Chu Haitian had successfully passed through the second trial and advanced to the late Dharma stage. This Flame Coffin could no longer sit still, and he wanted to ask his grandfather, who had just advanced to the Pure Yang stage, for advice. Yin Jiuxiao thought very highly of this grandson of his, and when they talked, he revealed a little about Scarlet Mist Island. Thus, this Flame Coffin became the vanguard of the invasion of Scarlet Mist Island. Seeing that the Flame Coffin was hesitant, Yin Jiuxiao pondered for a moment, then said, Jinling has yet to discover the secret of Scarlet Mist Island. He must have guessed our goal through this operation, and he wants to find out the secret of Scarlet Mist Island before we do. Otherwise, Jinling would have used all the strength of the clan to snatch it, instead of just sending a few people to investigate. Lu Tianling, it turns out that when the old man said that you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, he had underestimated you. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The Flame Coffin tried his best to hide the anxiety in his heart and asked, Grandfather, what should we do now? Should I bring people to kill the Jinling practitioner in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island? Yin Jiuxiao glared at him and said, Kill him? With just you? If the old man's guess is correct, Jinling's celestial phenomenon is overseeing Heavenly Spirit Mountain, and the treasured ship that is confronting our clan is being overseen by another great cultivator of Jinlings. If that's the case, the one in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island should be the world-famous North Sea Water Sword Immortal. Are you sure you're his match? The Flame Coffin's expression froze. Yin Jiuxiao clearly didn't expect to get an answer from him, so he directly said, It's better for the old man to go in. The red-faced great cultivator immediately said anxiously, Clan head, you can't. That Jinling's treasured ship is now bearing down on us. If the clan head isn't here, who can stop that treasured ship? What's more, it's just a 3rd-generation disciple. It's not that the clan head has to personally take action. Yin Jiuxiao waved his hand and said with a smile, This 3rd-generation cultivator is not to be underestimated. It's not that the old man is underestimating the 2 of you, but this person's strength is so strong that the 2 of you may not be his match. As for that Jinling's treasured ship, as long as the old man doesn't take the initiative to attack, I think that Jinling will not dare to shed all pretense of cordiality with our clan. At the same time, under the leadership of Tiancheng Laozu and Chen Lian, Jinling's group of 7 had already arrived at the place where Tiancheng Laozu had previously ambushed the early Dharma adept of the Fire Phoenix clan. That feather had been discovered by the adept of the Fire Phoenix clan, and it had been snatched by Tiancheng Laozu, who had just arrived. Chapter 1379. Although Tiancheng Laozu had been in and out of the central region of Scarlet Mist Island several times, he was still quite wary of the threats in the central region. Even a Dharma adept would have to tread carefully in there, as if treading on thin ice. Lu Ping and the rest of the group of 7 went deep into the central region of Scarlet Mist Island. Along the way, Tiancheng Laozu talked endlessly about the dangers in the central region and the things to take note of, for fear that something would happen to the group. Although they were following an old road that ancestor Tiancheng had taken, in the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, because of the volcanic eruption and the flowing hot magma that might occur at any time, even the old road could become a new dangerous place at any time. The group that was walking stopped because of Lu Ping could finish speaking. Tiancheng Laozu had already turned around, the heavenly green golden flame from afar, was fixed on a green gold flame, floating in the flowing lava a few hundred feet away. Tacit understanding. Amid great earth-level spiritual fire, beside Lu the heavenly green golden ready to flame, suppress the boiling lava. Laozu naturally saw that Lu Ping was two of them with his mouth wide open, speechless. No hurry, no hurry. Finally, he said, "You can't take this flame," and hurriedly ordered Tianyong, Tian Lian, this and heavenly the others green to be ready to work together to deal with any unexpected even though situation. It is not suitable for the heavenly green golden flame swayed in the air above the lava item river. For cultivation. It was obvious that it had been grabbed by Lu of the same grade. Then Lu Ping felt as if a force was trying to break free from his control. Fire has been discovered by the practitioners that entered and he suddenly turned his outstretched for many years. The spiritual fire until now, no one has taken the spiritual fire away and floated towards Lu Ping. Tiancheng Laozu did not wait for Lu let out a strange cry. Continued. In fact, although the spiritual fire is of good quality in the air, it was coincidentally nurtured by this lava river and suppressed and when Lu Ping completely pulled the spiritual fire is taken away and left the lava river will definitely turbulent explode. Lava river suddenly began to boil violently. It may not only cut off our fiery red lava began to splash everywhere, directly endanger our safety. And the commotion became louder and louder. The celestial zither there was even a 3-foot-high wave of lava on the surface of the lava river. It's just amid great earth spirit out of the original channel. How can it be so wondrous? If that was all, it would not be a big deal. Even if the river of lava goes berserk, but when the lava river began to riot, to suppress it with the area where everyone was standing suddenly began to shake. Muffled rumbling sounds came from underground, but the truth is that it is so dangerous. Thousands of feet away because of the spiritual fire red smoke. Over the past few decades, a crashing sound came from the top of the volcano, been seriously injured. And red lines of fire spread from the top of the mountain even more have died. After the eruption of this volcano, but several volcanoes around them also emitted thick red smoke. What if we can suppress this lava river at the same time? What? Flashes of fire flickered on the top of the mountain. It is better not to take this risk to burst out. After all, once that happened, just an earth-level flowing lava of the surrounding volcanoes would form a huge lava fire net. You might be able to give it a try. Everyone in it. But we are all Dharma adepts. When the lava river we cannot take this risk. Tiancheng Laozu, and the others had already tried to suppress the increasingly violent lava river. But they could only delay it, not stop it. Seeing that everyone was about to be trapped in the lava, Lu Ping, who had already subdued and refined the heavenly green golden flame, suddenly made a move. Unbeknownst to everyone, a thick crimson cloud had formed above Chi-Mo Island that was shrouded in crimson volcanic dust. As Lu Ping cast his secret spell, a crimson rain of mud fell on the volcanic area where the group was. The scarlet mud rain became heavier and heavier, and finally became a heavy downpour. After the red mist dust floating in the air was washed away by Lu Ping's art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain, the raindrops that fell were no longer scarlet, and the original scarlet cloud in the air had turned into a thick ink-like dark cloud. The sound of chi-chi sounded around everyone, and white mist rose from the ground, and the lava along with the heavy rain. From a distance it looked like a fairyland. As the rain continued to intensify, the surging magma was suddenly cooled into pieces of green-black rocks. The volcano in the distance, which was already steaming with red mist, seemed to be quieter under the pouring of the heavy rain. The lava river was originally in a low-lying place in this area, but because of the heavy rain after the magma cooled and surged, streams of water gradually converged towards the lava river. A series of explosions sounded, Although Lu Ping's art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain was tyrannical, the lava river was close to the power of heaven and earth. The converged water could not completely cool down the surging lava river. But the originally violent lava river also lost its previous power and became silent again. The dark clouds in the air dispersed, and a bright beam of light fell down, bringing a trace of freshness to the island that was filled with red mist all year round. But as the red mist spread to other parts of the island, this beam of light did not last long before it was blocked by the red mist again. Ancestor Tiancheng, Ancestor Tianqin, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect that the raging magma river, that they couldn't suppress together, would be extinguished by Lu Ping's rain. What's more, they didn't expect that on this scorching island, Lu Ping could cast such a powerful water elemental spell. "You're amazing." After a while, Tiancheng Lazu murmured for a long time and finally spat out these 3 words. Lu Ping laughed and opened his left palm. The cyan gold heavenly green golden flame was constantly rising and falling in Lu Ping's palm. Lu Ping had gone through so much trouble and made such a big noise just for this earth-rank middle-grade spiritual fire. Then Lu Ping opened his right palm again, and a bright yellow flame of 7 inches suddenly jumped up. Tianqin Lazu's eyelids twitched and she said, 7-inch spiritual flame. You went through so much trouble to get this heavenly green golden flame, just to let this 7-inch spiritual flame devour it and advance, right? Tiancheng Laozu and the others looked at Lu Ping in surprise. They saw Lu Ping put his palms together, and the 2 flames magically fused together. The cyan gold flame and the bright yellow flame were constantly flickering and jumping in the fire. Lu Ping didn't have time to answer Tianqin Laozu's question. When the 2 flames fused together and devoured each other, he hurriedly blew up 3 top-grade spirit stones around the 2 flames in the air. Rich spiritual energy gathered between the 2 flames. Then the originally bright yellow 7-inch spiritual flame gradually gained the upper hand, and the flickering flame also had a bright yellow color. The jumping of the flame gradually stabilized, and the flickering light of the whole flame completely turned bright yellow. At this moment, the originally only 7 inches flame suddenly grew 1 inch higher and became 8 inches. 8-inch spiritual flame, heaven rank middle grade. After devouring this earth rank middle grade heavenly green golden flame, Lu Ping's 7-inch spiritual flame finally underwent a qualitative change and was upgraded from heaven rank low grade to heaven rank middle grade. It has advanced. Previously, the only secret skill you mastered was the blood condensing pill. In the past few years of secluded cultivation, your alchemy skills have not fallen behind. According to the news you brought back from the Tao Altar world, this 7-inch spiritual flame is the most useful for alchemists to comprehend the secret skill of pill transformation. Now, how many secret skills of pill transformation have you mastered? Tianqin Laozu's eyes flashed when he saw the 7-inch spiritual flame in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, how can it be so easy to obtain the secret skill of pill transformation? These years, I have gone through almost all the elixirs I can refine from beginning to end, but I have only comprehended the secret skill of golden resilience pill." What? This time, it was Tianqin Laozu's turn to be surprised. You really comprehended another secret skill of pill transformation? So, Taoist Gui's guess was not unreasonable. Are the 13 kinds of heaven and earth spirit fires really effective in comprehending the secret skill of pill transformation? By the way, which secret skill of pill transformation did you say you comprehended? Golden resilience pill? Isn't that a miraculous elixir that can be used to strengthen the physical body? Boy, you actually comprehended this kind of secret skill of pill transformation? Tianqin Laozu seemed to be a little jealous at this time. I heard that you have a golden nut tree, and with all kinds of secret skills, you can harvest 36 golden nuts almost every 60 years. Doesn't this mean that you can unceasingly refine golden resilience pills in the future? This is really enviable. Chapter 1380. During his years of closed-door cultivation on Feiling Island, Lu Ping had used the 7-inch flame in his hand to refine dozens of spirit pills equivalent to the late stage of core forging with the 7-inch flame in his hand. hoping that Taoist Gui's conjecture about the secret pill-forming technique would come true. However, Lu Ping, who had originally been in high spirits, had suffered several setbacks. After successfully refining dozens of spirit pills, except for Fornax Laozu, who was quite satisfied with the results, Lu Ping had never been able to successfully use the pill-forming technique on any kind of spirit pill. Right at this moment, the gold nuts in the house of gold ripened again. The gold indomitable pill refined from gold nuts was a very precious spirit pill in the world of cultivation that could be used to strengthen one's physical body. However, after taking the White Lotus Body Recovery Pill with the 9,000-year-old white jade lotus root as the main ingredient, and going through the second lightning tribulation, Lu Ping's physical body had already reached an unimaginable level. For Lu Ping's physical body, this gold indomitable pill was no longer essential. Out of boredom, Lu Ping thought of concocting a cauldron of golden invincible pellets as a reward for his disciples, or as a gift to a close friend. But unexpectedly, the Nachuan cauldron spat out 11 golden invincible pellets in one go. The golden invincible pellet transformation technique actually worked on the golden invincible pellets. Lu Ping didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at this. Although the gold indomitable pill was precious, and the pill-forming technique was very effective on this spirit pill, it was not easy to cultivate the gold nuts. Lu Ping had used all sorts of methods to take care of the fruit tree, but he had only managed to shorten the time it took for the fruit to hang to 60 years. After that, even if he specially invited Luan Qing, Luan Xiao, and other wood phoenix cultivators to take a look at the fruit tree, he still could not improve it further. As a result, although Lu Ping had the golden corporeal pellet transformation technique, the spirit pellet was scarce to begin with. He could only use it a few times every 60 years. In Lu Ping's opinion, it was of little value. What he didn't know was that mastering one concoction technique was considered a great fortune for an alchemist. But now Lu Ping had mastered two. This had already made ancestor Tianqin, who was also a grandmaster alchemist, but only had one concoction technique for mid-blood condensation realm medicinal pellets, extremely jealous. But now, Lu Ping was complaining to ancestor Tianqin that his concoction technique was too useless. Seeing the anger on Tianqin Laozu's face, Lu Ping still didn't notice. Tianlian quickly changed the topic and said, "Uncle Master, I heard that recently the Elixir Pavilion has been collecting several types of heaven and earth spirit fires. Is it related to the pill-forming technique?" Taoist Gui's conjecture about the 13 types of heaven and earth spirit fires of the Elixir transformation technique was a top secret of the Zhenling sect. In the Zhenling sect, only adepts at the mid-dharma stage and above knew about it. However, the Sky River Great Ancestor was nearing the end of his lifespan, now that the Heavenly River Great Ancestor was in charge of the crafting hall, and as the #1 crafting grandmaster of the Zhenling sect, he was qualified to know about the secrets of the Zhenling sect. Therefore, the Elixir Pavilion did not hide the news of the 13 types of heaven and earth spirit fires from him. After all, the crafting hall also had a persistent pursuit of heaven and earth spirit fires. Both divisions had their own channels to obtain heaven and earth spirit fires, so it was inevitable that they would exchange information from time to time. Tianqin Laozu glanced at Tianlian and snorted coldly without answering. Instead, Lu Ping came to his senses and said with a smile, "I was about to ask Uncle Master, how many types of heaven and earth spirit fires have you collected?" Tianqin Laozu didn't want to put on airs anymore, but he still said grumpily, 13 types of heaven and earth spirit fires. In addition to the blue spirit fire and the 7-inch spirit fire in your disciples' hands, the guest elder of the Elixir Pavilion, Li Yenshan, obtained a mid-grade earth spirit fire when he went out to travel. Lu Ping said in surprise, "Brother Yenshan has a spirit fire? Then I wonder if Brother Yenshan has also mastered the pill-forming technique?" Tianqin Laozu said, "Not in the past, but after learning that he had such a spirit fire, the Elixir Pavilion specially gathered a batch of cultivation resources and dozens of pill recipes for him to refine. After 3 years, he finally succeeded in refining a mid-stage core forging pill he had never seen before. He is now one of the 5 people in the Elixir Pavilion who can use the Elixir Pavilion's secret art. Lu Ping was shocked again. There are 5 people who can use the Elixir Pavilion's secret art? Besides Fornak's ancestor, Uncle Master, Brother Yin Shan, and me, who else can it be? Tianqin Laozu snorted. You are not one of our Elixir Pavilion's people. When Lu Ping first revealed his talent in alchemy, Fornax Laozu had the intention of taking him into the Elixir Pavilion. But Master Lu Tianling and the Elixir Pavilion didn't get along. And Lu Ping himself didn't have many restrictions, so he didn't join the Elixir Pavilion. But later on, Lu Ping's alchemy skills advanced by leaps and bounds, becoming one of Jinling's 3 grandmasters. Jinling was in charge of refining many of Jinling's rare pills, and he had a close relationship with the Elixir Pavilion. With Tianqin's return and Lu Tianling in charge of the sect, the conflict between the Elixir Pavilion and Zhonghua lineage gradually disappeared. Zhonghua lineage's Hearing Wave Manor's second disciple, Tian Xianyue, entered the Elixir Pavilion and became an alchemy grandmaster. No one brought up the matter of Lu Ping's independence from the Elixir Pavilion, but it also made many of the sect's juniors think of Lu Ping as a member of the Elixir Pavilion as a role model. But this time, Tianqin Laozu deliberately pointed it out. Although he had a grudge in his heart, Lu Ping didn't have time to care about it. On the contrary, he became even happier. So there are 2 people who can use the Elixir Pavilion's secret art? I'm really overjoyed. Who are they? Tianqin Laozu replied angrily. One of them is none other than your disciple, Tian Xianyue. This kid inherited your blue spirit fire, and he's wholeheartedly following in your footsteps. Although his talent isn't as good as yours, he's still quite diligent. Of all places, that Elixir Pavilion's secret art was used to refine the blood-condensing pill that you've already mastered. Good kid. Lu Ping's face lit up when he saw that his disciple was successful. He naturally beamed and said, "This will save me a lot of effort. In the future, the Elixir Pavilion won't have to put half of the blood-condensing pill's refinement on me. As the saying goes, when a disciple has something to do, a disciple will do it for him. In the future, I'll just give this kid some of the blood-condensing pill's refinement." Tianqin Laozu's face darkened. It's only right to give this kid some more responsibility, but you're dreaming if you want to skip the refinement of the blood-condensing pill. Lu Ping said miserably. Why? With your current Elixir Pavilion's refinement skills, you have a 90% chance of producing a full blood-condensing pill. Although that kid's Elixir Pavilion's refinement skills aren't bad, it's already not bad for him to produce a full blood-condensing pill or more. It's also common for him to produce 7 or 8 blood-condensing pills in one cauldron. In order to make full use of your cultivation resources, half of the sect's blood-condensing pills task will be given to you. However, the remaining half can be given to that disciple of yours. Lu Ping muttered. Good kid. For the sake of your master, I'll have to give you some pointers after this matter is over. Although Tian Lian was a weapon refiner, his understanding of Elixir Pavilion's secret art was not shallow. He knew the importance of the Elixir Pavilion's secret art, so he asked, "Isn't there another person who has mastered the Elixir Pavilion's secret art? Which grandmaster is this person?" Tianqin Laozu revealed a strange expression and said, "What grandmaster? He's just a clumsy disciple who can barely be considered a pill refiner." "Ah, clumsy disciple?" Tian Lian was curious and surprised. "Your luck is so good, what's going on?" Tianqin Laozu rubbed his temples, as if he had a headache, and said, "Although our sect has only obtained 3 kinds of heaven and earth spirit fire, there are 2 blue spirit fire. In addition to the one in Tian Xuanyue's hand, there is also a 4th-generation disciple of the sect, who ventured into the central area of Scarlet Mist Island to explore. By chance he obtained a blue spirit fire. However, this lucky but ignorant guy happily smelted it into his true essence, and helped him advance to the middle stage of core forging." Lu Ping seemed to have guessed something and asked, "Could it be that this kid is not an alchemist?" Looking at Tianqin Laozu's rapidly twitching eyelids, how could Lu Ping not know that he had guessed correctly? Tiancheng Laozu also laughed and scolded. This kid's luck is really good. Senior sister, you won't force this kid into the pill pavilion to practice alchemy, right? Tianqin Laozu said confidently. If he obtained the blue spirit fire and brought it to the pill pavilion, I would find a low-grade earth spirit fire to exchange for it. But this kid was impatient, and a good blue spirit fire was ruined by a layman in alchemy. I was naturally not willing to accept it. Even if he is a waste, I still have to make use of him. So I forcibly brought him into the pill pavilion. Lu Ping asked cautiously, is this kid's talent in alchemy very poor? Not just poor, he is simply stupid. A dignified middle stage, core forging cultivator, who cultivates an authentic fire attribute cultivation method. He wasted several years and a large number of elixirs to barely refine the blood vigor pill. If it were not for the blue spirit fire in this kid's hand, I would have kicked him out of the pill pavilion. Then Tianqin Laozu's expression was both angry and amused at the same time. She said, let's just say that this kid is extremely lucky. Or maybe it's because his cultivation is high enough, and he has enough true essence. He actually managed to refine 12 blood vigor pills in his first batch. This really shocked me. Blood vigor pill? Not bad. This is the best pill for blood refining realm disciples, to break through to the blood condensation realm. What level has this kid's alchemy reached? Tianqin Laozu's face fell. Other than the blood vigor pill, and the few lowest grade pills in the blood refining realm, this kid can't refine any other pills. Now that this kid is angry with me, he won't stay in the pill pavilion no matter what. I can't be bothered to waste my time and cultivation resources on this kid. Let him be. Lu Ping laughed dryly. This kid is really strange. He only learned this blood vigor pill, but he also mastered the pill refining secret technique. Tianqin Laozu's interest in this kid was piqued. What's his name? Whose disciple is he? Tianqin Laozu said. He's a 4th-generation disciple called Qi Xiansheng. His master was also a normal 3rd-generation disciple. But you should know by now that his master is Wu Xianren, who rose to fame after the battle at the 9 Mystical Tower. A senior martial brother Wu? Chapter 1381. With Lu Ping's strong performance in restraining the lava river and suppressing the volcano eruption, Tiancheng Laozu was very excited. Originally, in the opinion of Tiancheng Laozu and the others, although Lu Ping was strong, his cultivation method would be restrained here. At that time, it would be good if he could use 70 or 80% of his strength. Who would have thought that Lu Ping, who was in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island, did not seem to be restrained by the power of heaven and earth here at all. Instead, it seemed like he was restraining the power of heaven and earth here. While Lu Ping, Tianqin Laozu, Tian Lian, and the others were discussing the current situation of the Pill Pavilion, Tiancheng Laozu brought everyone to an unfamiliar place. The surroundings were filled with dark red dust and fire mist, and the hot air was poisonous. Tianyong looked at his teacher who was leading the way and said in a low voice, "Teacher, why are we here?" Tianyong was proficient in fire attribute cultivation methods, and was a disciple of Tiancheng Laozu. He had also followed his teacher to the central area of Scarlet Mist Island several times, so he was obviously quite familiar with this place. Tiancheng Laozu smiled at everyone and said, "This is a land of fire poison. Normally, even I can't stay here for too long. However, in this land of fire poison, there are many fire seeds of spiritual fire and strange fire." Tianqin smiled and said, "Junior brother, are you using your position for personal gain? You should know that this time, we joined forces to enter the depths of Scarlet Mist Island for this Luan Taoist's feather." Tiancheng Laozu waved his hand and said, I know. In fact, I have been to the place where the Luan Taoist's feather appeared many times, but I have never found anything similar. This means that if there are other similar treasures, they must have appeared randomly, or that feather appeared with the eruption of the volcano. Then, do we still have to go into the lava? Tiancheng Laozu seemed to feel that this reason was not good enough, so he said, "Ever since the appearance of Scarlet Mist Island, it attracted most of the Dharma adepts of the North Sea training world. The inner areas of Scarlet Mist Island have not been explored on a large scale. Although the old man often enters the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, in reality, he only investigates the relatively safe areas. Now that disciple Lu is here, as well as senior sister and a few other friends who are proficient in fire attribute cultivation methods, it is a good opportunity to investigate the central area of Scarlet Mist Island." Seeing that Tianqin Laozu was hesitating, Tiancheng Laozu continued, "Furthermore, we talked about the 13 types of heaven and earth spirit fires collected by the Elixir Pavilion. This Scarlet Mist Island itself is an important source of heaven and earth spirit fires in the North Sea training world. Disciple Lu's 7-inch spirit fire and the 4th generation disciple Qi Xuanqing's blue spirit fire were both obtained from Scarlet Mist Island. Li Yinshan's spirit fire was obtained with the help of the old man. That is already 3 types. Out of the 13 types of flames, the other 10 types might be found on Scarlet Mist Island." At this time Lu Ping also said, "The heaven-opening relic is something that can only be found by chance. If there is really a big secret hidden on Scarlet Mist Island, just a random feather that appears may not be enough. Perhaps the more dangerous the place, the more secrets there are." "Exactly." Tiancheng Laozu was overjoyed and said, "The old man has explored many strange and dangerous places in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island. However, with the old man's cultivation, he is unable to go deep. If we join forces, and with disciple Lu's help, perhaps we can find more secrets." Tiancheng Laozu pointed at the dark red fire poison land and said, "Disciple Lu, the old man knows that you have the dark prism poison fire on you. Perhaps you can avoid the fire poison's corrosion. In this area, the old man has found at least 3 fire seeds. However, due to his lack of strength, he has never been able to obtain them." Lu Ping smiled and said, "In such a wonderful place, disciple cannot bear to let the dark prism poison fire take advantage of it." After that, a pitch-black flame rose from Lu Ping's palm. The flame flickered for a moment and 6 fire sparks flew out from it and fell into everyone's palms. With the protection of the 6 fire sparks, the fire poison in the fire poison field would be greatly reduced. Tiancheng Laozu was about to lead the way, But he was stopped by Lu Ping's hand. He saw Lu Ping put away the dark prism poison fire, and then took a few steps forward, completely entering the dark red poisonous fog of the fire poison land. Tiancheng Laozu was about to remind him, when he saw Lu Ping erect one palm and wipe his body. A sparkling golden water barrier appeared around Lu Ping's body. The surrounding fire poison fog was like a moth flying into a flame, rolling towards Lu Ping, and then merging into the golden water barrier. Is this senior brother Lu's protective magical power? After all, Tian Lian had not been in the Dharma stage for long. Obviously, he did not know much about the magical powers of Dharma adepts. Guan Yu shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like it. It looks more like a space magical power. Strange, why does this golden water look so familiar?" Lu Qiner said, "How can it not be familiar? Isn't this the 10,000 poison? Guan Yu suddenly understood and said, "Oh, so that's what Brother Lu was planning." Different from the few early Dharma adepts who were discussing what the water barrier around Lu Ping was, Tiancheng and Tianqin, the two Laozu, were interested in the space magical power that Lu Ping had used. Using space magical power to isolate oneself from this world. This method is far beyond space magical power, like controlling objects through the air. I'm afraid it's already close to the battle space that those pure Yang adepts used to avoid causing too much damage to the cultivation world. This kid is becoming more and more mysterious. He's still a disciple of our sect. The more outstanding he is, the better it is for the sect. That's true. Right now, our sect seems to be enjoying the limelight, but there are actually hidden worries. With such a powerful figure suppressing us, both internal and external enemies will be wary of us. As long as we can get past the big sects, there will always be a way to solve these problems when the sects are free. Lu Ping used his space divine ability and used the 10,000 poison liquid as a space barrier, absorbing all the dark red poisonous mist that had gathered from the fire poisonous land into the air above the bluestone pool, where the 10,000 poison liquid was stored. The mist condensed into a dark cloud, which then turned into a golden rain and merged with the 10,000 poison liquid. From the outside, it looked as if the poisonous mist had directly merged with the 10,000 poison liquid. This space divine ability was something that Lu Ping had comprehended after crossing the second thunder tribulation. This kind of space divine ability usually required a strong divine sense to cooperate with it. With Lu Ping's divine sense cultivation, that was equivalent to that of a pure Yang adept, he was able to control this kind of secret space technique with ease. Although the 10,000 poison liquid could merge all the poisons in the world, it could only absorb a certain amount of each poison. Just like a gourmet who strived to taste all the delicacies in the world, he didn't necessarily have to eat all the delicacies he came across. The poisonous mist in the fire poisonous land is fading, and the fire poisonous poison has also been greatly weakened. Tiancheng Laozu and the others followed Lu Ping into the depths of the fire poisonous land with the flames of the dark prism poisonous fire in their hands. Soon, under the guidance of Tiancheng Laozu, they found a cluster of dark light. Fierce dark flame, upper grade earth stage. It's actually such a strange spiritual fire of heaven and earth. When Lu Ping saw this flame, he couldn't help but be speechless, while Tianqin Laozu, who was beside him, cried out in surprise. He never thought that he would encounter such a strange and peculiar spiritual fire of heaven and earth here. When Laozu saw the two of them looking shocked, he asked in confusion, "Isn't it just a high-grade earth stage spiritual fire? Although it's precious, it shouldn't cause the two of you to be so shocked, right?" Tianqin Laozu rolled her eyes at him and said, "What do you know?" Although this item is only a high-grade earth stage spiritual fire, the number of times it has appeared in the cultivation world can be counted on one hand. However, just the fact that it is rare is enough to be precious. Tiancheng Laozu said disapprovingly, "What's the use of this fire? Is it for alchemy or artifact forging? Alchemy is definitely a poisonous pill, and refining is a poisonous blade. It's extremely vicious." This time, the one who spoke was Tian Lian. It was obvious that Tian Lian knew about this kind of spiritual fire of heaven and earth that was commonly used in alchemy and artifact forging. Chapter 1382. To Dharma adepts, this place of fire poison was considered a dangerous place. It was not that the adepts could not rely on their cultivation to force their way through, but this place of fire poison would continuously deplete the true yuan around the body of the adepts, causing the adepts to be unable to enter the depths of this place of fire poison. However, to Lu Ping, this was not a problem at all. The fire poison that others feared like a tiger, in Lu Ping's eyes, was a rare tonic. To Lu Ping, this place of fire poison was naturally like walking on flat ground. Although the fierce dark flame was a high-grade earth-level spiritual fire of heaven and earth, if this spiritual fire is used to refine weapons and forging especially weapons, to refine some killing treasures, it should be a treasure that add a lot of unexpected surprises. Wanted. However, it's better to leave it in the weapon refining characteristic. The two of them could not no matter what kind of elixir, so they had to look for Lu Ping's treasure was used to refine. Lu Ping could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Contain poison, so he simply pushed the matter to Tian would not affect the original effect of the elixir or magic this fire poison land, especially when refining elixirs. If the original elixir was refined with should naturally be decided by martial the elixir would still have the effect of clearing the fierce nether dark flame to Tianqing and would not be affected by the fierce dark flame at all. Away. However, leaving only the practitioner would often staring angrily while clearing the heat and detoxifying the elixir. And Tian the two were glaring at him from both sides, and it was really strange. So he could not leave even if he wanted to. If the alchemist focused on refining poisonous deeper into the fire poison using this fierce dark flame would naturally be like adding wings to a tiger. Even but so, their eyes were looking at each other. This fierce dark flame was still sought after by many alchemists and blacksmiths. Even if you two are flirting with each other, it was not easy to look at the spiritual fire. This place is full of danger. It had met its nemesis. Don't be too relaxed. Who easily immediately blushed and wanted to explain. Lu Ping had the dark prison poison fire in his hands. Don't tease us, big brother. After several mutations and new discoveries, but we're not sure. Although it was only a rare fire, that's why we're hesitating to tell you. Even higher than this fierce dark flame. Lu Ping's expression also became solemn. This spiritual fire was useless in Lu Ping's hands. Why didn't you say it earlier? However, this spiritual fire was hard to come by. If it was fed to the 7-inch spiritual fire, the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, he looked at Tianqing and Tianlian for advice. The central area of Scarlet Mist Island is full of dangers. This item is of great use to the elixir court. However, naturally as we went deeper into Scarlet Mist Island, no use to you. This feeling seemed to become stronger. To the elixir court. Lu Ping furrowed his brows and asked. Although Tian Lian was a junior, seeing that the two nodded, Lu Ping's lifespan was about to end. Can you sense the direction of this was actually presided over by Tian Lian? Said in a sweet voice. In other words, it is because Lian's status was not below that of Tian. It seems to come from all directions. The person in charge of the no fixed position at all. Naturally, I always thought it was an illusion, spiritual fire, or that it was caused by the special environment of the central area away by the Pill Pavilion. So I did not tell brother. Then why are you so sure now? Luan Yu pointed in the direction that the three of them had gone, and said, after entering the fire poison land, this feeling has become even stronger. Although I still do not know the exact direction, this feeling will not be wrong. Lu Ping nodded and was about to say something, but he heard footsteps coming from behind him. Tiancheng Laozu and the other three had caught up. Tiancheng Laozu glared at Lu Ping, and Lu Ping could only smile. However, seeing the satisfied look on Tianqing and Tianlian's faces, it was obvious that Tiancheng Laozu had already thought of a compromise. He could not help but sigh inwardly. How is it? Did you find anything? Tianyong opened his mouth and asked. Lu Ping looked at the depths of the fire poison land, which had become a lot fainter, and said, there should be a fire seat 100 feet ahead, but I do not know if it is a spiritual fire or a mystical fire. Tiancheng Laozu was shocked, and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ping said, no hurry, and told them about the feeling that Luan Yu and Lu Qiner had just felt. Tiancheng Laozu did not believe it, and said, the central area of the Scarlet Mist Island is full of danger, and there are many external influences. Since it is a feeling, how can there be no direction? Perhaps it is because of the special environment of the Scarlet Mist Island. After all, they are both demon phoenix cultivators. Hearing that they were both phoenix cultivators, Lu Ping's heart moved, and when he looked at Tianqing Laozu, he found that Tianqing Laozu also seemed to be thinking about something. So he asked, Martial uncle, did you find anything? Tianqing Laozu hesitated for a moment, opened her palm, and the heaven-opening relic, that seemed to be the Luan Taoist's feather, appeared in her palm. Tianqin Laozu silently circulated her true essence, and the feather immediately emitted a colorful light. Luan Yu and Lu Qin'er both looked excited and said, "This feeling seems to have strengthened." Tianqin Laozu said disapprovingly, "Of course it has strengthened. Perhaps that mysterious feeling originally came from this feather. After all, Martial Nephew Lu said that this item is a heaven-opening relic, something that belongs to the Luan Taoist. You are originally the top demon race of the Phoenix clan, so you naturally have a natural feeling towards this item." Tianqin Laozu's words were very reasonable, but then Tianqin Laozu said, "Maybe it is because this feather has strengthened their sensing ability, and there really is something in the central area of the Scarlet Mist Island that they can sense." Lu Ping's heart moved, and he said, "Did Martial Uncle also find something?" Tianqin Laozu hesitated for a moment, and said, "I am not too sure, but the feeling they mentioned seems to be felt through this feather." Lu Ping nodded, and said, "Then it should be because of the bloodline. Brother Luan and Qin both have the top demon race bloodline, and are direct descendants of the Luan Taoist. Martial Uncle also cultivates the Luan bloodline, but it is obviously not comparable to these direct descendants. But through this feather, it can make up for the lack of bloodline. Similarly, those cultivators of the Fire Phoenix clan also have the top Luan bloodline, so they can definitely feel this strange feeling in the central area. This is probably the reason why they have never stopped exploring the Scarlet Mist Island for more than 100 years. They might even have discovered some secret on the Scarlet Mist Island, which ultimately led to this large-scale invasion of the Fire Phoenix clan. What kind of secret could it be? Everyone had their own guesses, but none of them said it out loud. The Luan Taoist's feather, the mysterious feeling of the Luan bloodline, and the large-scale invasion of the Fire Phoenix clan. All of this seemed to reveal a corner of the Scarlet Mist Island's hidden mystery, and it made them even more fascinated. At this time, Lu Ping suddenly opened his mouth, breaking everyone's reverie, and said, "It is something that the Fire Phoenix clan has only confirmed after more than 100 years of exploration, and it is too impatient for us to understand it in just a day. The most urgent matter at hand is to find out what secret is hidden on the Scarlet Mist Island, so we must rely on the Fire Phoenix clan." Tianqin Laozu frowned slightly, and said, "Right now, the Fire Phoenix clan has not shed all pretense of cordiality with our sect. If we give them a weakness, then the Fire Phoenix clan will have a reason to attack, and Yan Jiuxia's pure yang might is not easy to resist. Right now, our sect is on the verge of becoming a large-scale sect, and it is not good to complicate matters." Lu Ping did not agree with Tianqin Laozu's words, and said, "The entire North Sea will definitely belong to our sect in the future. If there really is a big secret hidden on this Scarlet Mist Island, our sect will definitely not stand idly by. Otherwise, in the future, we will end up with a reputation of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. How can we lead the North Sea's cultivation world?" Tianqin Laozu saw that the two were about to argue again, and hurriedly said, "Let's take the fire seed in front of us first." The two did not want to argue too much on this point, and if they were to fight with the Fire Phoenix clan in the future, they would most likely have no choice but to fight. So, Lu Ping's opinion was only a little more radical. As the seven of them moved forward, they quickly collected the fire seed that Lu Ping found. However, it was only a strange fire, and Lu Ping casually threw it into the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash. After passing through the fire-poison land, everyone found another 3 fire seeds, 2 of which were Heaven and Earth Spirit Flames, 1 of which was a low-grade Earth Spirit Flame, and the other was a mid-grade Profound Spirit Flame. Lu Ping casually fed them to the 7-inch Spirit Flame to swallow, causing the second-generation cultivator of Zhenling, who had always been meticulous in running the sect, to feel heartache. As for the remaining fire seed, although it was also a type of Heaven and Earth Spirit Flame, its grade was too low, and the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash did not even take a fancy to it. In the end, it was taken away by Tian Yong, seemingly to be used to cultivate a kind of secret ability. This fire-poison land had obviously never been explored before. And this time, it was swept by everyone. The biggest harvest was not the few heaven and earth spirit flames in Lu Ping's hands, but the various fire attribute precious spirit materials that Tianlien had collected in this dangerous land. Chapter 1383. This Scarlet Mist Island is really a treasure land rich in fire attribute spiritual materials. Because no one has ever completely explored this land of fire poison, the fire attribute spiritual materials inside are even more abundant and rare. Tianlien said excitedly, holding a piece of fiery gold in his hand. There was no need to worry about the shortage of cultivation to improve the quality of fire attribute spiritual treasures. Was becoming more after and more completely exploring the land of fire poison. This was not a reason for the disciples to start being extravagant of fiery gold. On the contrary, this kind of treasure was often sought after in the cultivation world had become stronger and stronger. 3 in one breath. This was also the result of Lu Tianling's strict instilling who was obsessed with refining weapons, cautious go crazy with joy. And being diligent and thrifty. For one of the 3 pieces of fiery gold. Some regret. Since Lao Tzu entered the Dharma manifestation underneath this fire poison land, he began to collect spiritual materials that the fire poison land is already so dangerous, hoping to upgrade and his the underground is definitely filled with earth fire. This was also the reason why Tiancheng Lao Tzu, however, we don't have time to stay in this island for long, and went to the central area of Scarlet Mist Island would be even greater. To collect the fire poison mist not far away was slowly dissipating. This piece of fiery poison behind them was one of the most important spiritual materials. They had already passed through the land of fire poison to upgrade his natal magic weapon. And the fire poison mist that had been weakened by was obviously very satisfied with this trip to Scarlet Mist Island. Tiancheng smiled and said, "This Scarlet Mist Island is not only rich in all kinds of cultivation resources. The reason why the old man insisted on passing through the land of fire poison island is to regenerate many kinds of other side of the land of fire poison in a certain period of time. If we want to reach this fiery gold, we have to go around this land of fire poison. Is one of the ideal places for its formation. If we can pass through this land of fire poison, in another 100 years, not only will we have such a rich land of fire poison, we will also be able to save a lot of time. It is possible to condense fiery gold again. There were many kinds of top-grade spiritual materials seemed to be harvested in the land of fire poison, but they were stopped by Lu Ping, and this fiery gold was just one of the most precious ones. Marshal nephew Lu also obtained a piece of earth fire essence iron, saw Lu Ping's which was a necessary material for forging a top-grade alchemy furnace. At the same time, even a magical alchemy furnace and a fire copper mace appeared in his hand. And Tianqin were collecting the fiery others were all cultivators contained in the fire poison mist. So they had a tacit understanding could also be regarded as one of the rare fire treasures of heaven and earth. They had already guessed, although they could not use it themselves. They all took out their magic weapons to guard against the disciples of their sect. But they heard Lu Ping say the protective gang chi retreat. Now that Zhenling had the land of fire poison, more and more cultivators although everyone did not understand what was going on, did not deliberately open the mountain gate to accept disciples. As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, inevitably they all retreated into the land of fire poison in the past few years. In front of us, Zhenling had expanded again and again. The old man was also working hard to govern. A thick and mellow aura came from the void several miles away, crossing the many danger zones of Scarlet Mist Island in one fell swoop, and descended around Lu Ping and the others. However, they were not affected by the fiery aura of Scarlet Mist Island in the slightest. A voice that was neither fast nor slow floated over from an unknown direction. However, Lu Ping's eyes were fixed on the void several miles away, and he said, "Is this Senior Yin Jiuxiao, the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan? Junior Zhenling Lu Tianping greets you." Hearing Lu Ping's words, the hearts of Tiancheng Laozu and the others, who had just retreated into the land of fire poison, immediately sank. Yin Jiuxiao, the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan, a pure young cultivator, why would he be here? Shouldn't he be confronting Jiang Tianlin Laozu's treasured ship in the sea of Scarlet Mist Island right now? Haha, it is indeed the old man. A silhouette slowly materialized in front of Lu Ping and the others as the aura descended. It was like a shadow clone, and the actions and tone of the person who cast the technique could be expressed through the shadow clone. This was a skill that only pure young cultivators could master. The silhouette looked at Tiancheng Laozu and the others behind Lu Ping, and then said, I have long heard that the North Sea Water Sword Celestial was a young hero, and now that I have seen him in person, you are even more famous. Lu Xiaoyu is now a great cultivator of the late Dharma stage, right? Lu Xiaoyu can be counted as a great cultivator of the great theurgy of the present age. Lu Ping was still calm, and he smiled and said, in front of Senior, how would I dare to use the title of great theurgy of the North Sea? Of course I dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Yan Jiuxiao chuckled, but the words that came out of his mouth were filled with a murderous aura. It seems that Jinling and the others have come for the old man. This means that the items that were stolen from the disciples of our clan, after they were ambushed here, must have fallen into the hands of your esteemed sect. The old man has yet to find trouble with you, Jinling, and you, Jinling, have already come to bully the Fire Phoenix clan. Do you really think that the Fire Phoenix clan is afraid of you, Jinling? At the end of his speech, Yan Jiuxiao's tone had become extremely stern, and the roiling pressure of pure yang surged through the air. Tiancheng Laozu and the others could not withstand it, and they all retreated. Only Lu Ping remained standing there steadily, ignoring the impact of Yan Jiuxiao's divine, well, as if it did not exist. Good skills. No wonder some people call Lu Xiaoyu the number one of the 3 generations in the world of cultivators. He really does live up to his reputation. Chapter 1384. Yan Jiuxiao had yet to arrive, but his surging divine might had already caused Tiancheng, Laozu, and the others to be greatly shocked. Lu Ping took a step forward and stood in front of everyone, completely ignoring Yan Jiuxiao's divine might. Good ability. No wonder some people call Lu Xiaoyu the number one of the 3 generations in the cultivation world. You really do live up to your reputation. Lu Ping suddenly smiled. Senior's divine might is something this junior can't match. A meteor suddenly streaked across the sky from the depths of Scarlet Mist Island, smashing straight towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression changed slightly. He turned around and said something to Tiancheng, Laozu, and the others who were several tens of feet behind him. Tiancheng Laozu looked hesitant, but he was grabbed by Tianqin Laozu, who turned around and led the others back into the depths of the land of fire poison, disappearing in an instant. Just as Tianqin Laozu and the others had left, the meteor suddenly fell from the sky. Amidst the loud explosion, the pure young divine sense clone in front of Lu Ping revealed a trace of a vicious smile, before it was shattered by the powerful shockwave brought about by the falling meteor. Just like how a meteor would cause underground water to gush out when it crashed into the ground, what erupted from the ground this time was a boundless sea of magma. A gigantic fire luan, surrounded by warm pure yang energy, flew up and down in the sea of fire. The boundless sea of fire also rose and fell, followed closely by a huge wave of fire that surged towards Lu Ping. After Tianqin Laozu and the others retreated, Lu Ping let out a temporary sigh of relief. However, when he saw Yan Jiuxiao stirring up such a huge commotion in the valley to deal with him, Lu Ping could not help but laugh involuntarily, feeling rather overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Of course, this was not the time to be lamenting about such things. This thought merely flashed through his mind for a moment. As the boundless sea of fire whistled towards Lu Ping from all directions, the scorching ground beneath Lu Ping's feet suddenly began to emit a thick white mist. Following that, the white mist grew thinner, and a strange gurgling sound could be heard from beneath his feet. Lu Ping's figure immediately rose higher, only to see that a pool of water had unknowingly formed under his feet. As his figure rose higher, the water's surface also rose higher and higher, expanding continuously. Very soon, he collided with the sea of fire. Amidst the crackling sounds, a large circle of white mist rose from the point of contact. In this dry and scorching environment, there was an inexplicable trace of dampness, causing one to feel even more stifling. The sea of fire's waves of flames rushed towards Lu Ping from all directions, while the pool of water beneath Lu Ping's feet expanded from the center. The moment the two sides came into contact, the sea of fire's impact gained the upper hand, instantly compressing the expanding pool of water towards the center. However, at this moment, the auspicious clouds behind Lu Ping flourished, and a distant roar came from within the auspicious clouds. Lu Ping's Dharma Wirm, supported by the auspicious clouds, circled above Lu Ping's head. Every time it circled a circle, the pool of water beneath its feet would expand. The Dharma Wirm circled 18 times above Lu Ping's head. The size of the pool of water not only pushed the Sea of Fire's waves back to the point where the two sides met, but also surged on the surface of the water to attack the surrounding waves of fire. The Dharma Wirm's counterattack stance was extremely strong. If someone could take the risk to fly above the flaming valley where the two were fighting, they would be able to clearly see that the valley had been divided into two distinct parts. Most of the valley was occupied by the orange-red sea of magma, while on the east side of the valley, there was a steaming blue lake. Surrounded by the sea of magma, it was still standing firm, competing with the sea of magma for the right to occupy the valley. That's right, it was indeed a fight, and not completely suppressed by the Sea of Fire. In the sky above the flaming valley, one could clearly see the contact between the two sides. The Sea of Fire surged with tongues of fire, but the lake also surged with waves of water. Every wave of water and tongue of flame contained the true essence and will of the user. Every time the two sides collided, it was in fact a direct confrontation between two people. Therefore, every wave of water and tongue of flame would explode with a momentum like a landslide. The entire valley was filled with surging white mist, and even the original red mist was polluted by white water vapor. After the layers of flame were cooled by the lake water, they turned into gray rocks that blocked the expansion of the lake water. However, this was only Scarlet Mist Island after all, an area densely packed with volcanoes, a paradise for fire attribute cultivators. Lu Ping's counterattack seemed strong, but in reality, he was forced to use offense as defense. In this confrontation between the two sides, Lu Ping had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Even so, this was enough to shock Yin Jiuxiao. Even though he had already placed Lu Tianping in a high enough position, and even regarded him as another Xiao Baiyu, the scene before him was still something he had never expected. Although Xiao Baiyu being able to kill Lu Taiqing back then was enough to shock the world, it was also because of a trick. In Yin Jiuxiao's opinion, even if this Lu Tianping was able to contend against him, in a direct confrontation where there was no room for tricks, it would be good if Lu Tianping could at most escape. What's more, they were currently on Scarlet Mist Island, and the Fire Phoenix clan had the geographical advantage in the volcanic region. On the contrary, they were at a complete disadvantage against this Lu Tianping. Under such circumstances, Yin Jiuxiao believed that it was not impossible for him to take advantage of the situation and kill this rising star. In reality, this was the reason why he had calculated that it would definitely be Lu Tianping when he found out that a Jinling cultivator had snuck into the central region of Scarlet Mist Island. Although it hadn't been long since Yin Jiuxiao had advanced to the pure yang stage, he was still extremely conceited. He knew that in his current situation, including the geographical advantage, he was far stronger than Lu Taiqing from several hundred years ago. However, everything that had happened in reality was truly difficult for him to accept. That Lu Tianping was actually able to hold his ground under his frenzied attacks despite being at a complete disadvantage. On the other hand, he had the advantage of cultivation and geographical advantage, and in the end, he seemed to have the upper hand. However, how could he not feel the undercurrent hidden beneath the surface of Lu Ping's lake? How could it be like this? Could it be that this Lu Tianping was even stronger than Xiao Baiyu from back then? The phoenix avatar that was patrolling in the Sea of Fire stretched its neck high and flapped its wings continuously within the Sea of Fire. With every flap, the Sea of Magma would rise by a foot. It flapped its wings 9 times, and the 9 feet of flame tongues completely suppressed Lu Ping's blue waves. Thick fog rose once more, and the waves beneath Lu Ping's feet began to shrink once more. Moreover, the speed at which it was shrinking was extremely fast, as if Lu Tianping's perseverance had suddenly collapsed all of a sudden. In reality, at this moment Lu Ping, who was hovering above the lake, seemed to be at his wit's end. The avatar behind him was also rapidly retracting. However, Yan Jiuxiao's angry snort suddenly came from within the sea of fire, and he seemed to be extremely angry. Then, above the lake, Lu Ping's body suddenly shattered and collapsed, turning into a puddle of water that splashed into the lake beneath his feet. A long laugh came from the only exit of the valley, which was the land of fire poison. The Fire Phoenix clan leader's divine might truly surpasses the heavens, and Lu Tianping is no match for you. I will definitely seek your guidance another day. The waves of magma seemed to echo Yan Jiuxiao's current mood, and in an instant, they engulfed the puddle of lake water with a roar, instantly turning the entire valley into a veritable lake of magma. The Phoenix avatar soared into the sky like a fairy of fire, and a scarlet cloud of auspicious mist wrapped around its body. After that, it landed behind a red-robed old man at the edge of the valley and disappeared. The old man stared at the place where Lu Ping had disappeared, his expression fluctuating uncertainly. In the end, he let out a long sigh, and his expression quickly regained its calm. Several streaks of light descended from behind the old man. The person in the lead called out "Grandfather," while the others bowed and said, "Greetings, clan leader." The cultivator in the lead was none other than the flame spirit coffin. After seeing that the valley in front of him had completely turned into a lake of magma, a hint of joy flashed across the flame spirit coffin's face, and he said excitedly, "Grandfather, did you turn that Lu Tianping into ashes in the magma lake?" The flame spirit coffin didn't look at his grandfather's current expression, and only listened to the magma lake that filled the entire valley. He said excitedly, "What North Sea water sword immortal? A poor family from a remote and desolate place actually dares to take the title of #1 in the 3rd generation." Exactly. Several cultivators of the Fire Phoenix clan, who came with the flame spirit coffin, clamored. The flame spirit coffin also became more and more complacent. And that Jinling actually wants to promote to a large sect and ascend to the heavens in a single bound. This time, it's best that Lu Tianping dies. Without Lu Tianping, Jinling is naturally just a chicken and a dog in front of grandfather. As long as we smash their treasure ship, which force in the North Sea dares to fight against our Fire Phoenix clan. The more the flame spirit coffin spoke, the more excited he became. He completely didn't see the increasingly ugly expression of his grandfather in front of him. He was still dreaming. At that time, we only need to take the opportunity to occupy this Scarlet Mist Island and establish a second dojo for our clan. Then, we will obtain the treasures left by Luan Daoist on Scarlet Mist Island and establish the foundation of our clan for eternity. In the future, we will not be inferior to the Green Sea Snake and the Peacock Royalty. Grandfather will definitely transform into a true spirit and travel beyond the heavens, becoming an existence like the 7th Patriarch. Enough! Yan Jiuxiao's stern shout first caused the flame spirit coffin to panic. Then he was stunned. He didn't know why Yan Jiuxiao was so angry, but the prestige that Yan Jiuxiao had accumulated over the years as the clan leader caused the cultivators of the Fire Phoenix clan behind him to keep quiet out of fear. Yan Jiuxiao let out a long sigh, suppressing the anger that was provoked by his grandson once more. Then he slowly said, "That Lu Tianping didn't die. He retreated. Yes, he escaped." Ah, it wasn't just the flame spirit coffin. The other cultivators of the Fire Phoenix clan were also astonished. However, none of them would have thought that the flame spirit coffin would act so presumptuously in front of Yan Jiuxiao. This time, the flame spirit coffin finally remembered to observe people's expressions. When he saw that his earlier exclamation had caused Yan Jiuxiao's expression to darken, he hurriedly corrected himself and said, "This fellow is really quick to react. I'm afraid that he retreated without a fight after witnessing grandfather's overwhelming might." The people behind him all chimed in. However, Yan Jiuxiao let out a long sigh and said, "Although this person isn't a match for the old man, he still has the ability to escape unscathed. Retreating without a fight? You've underestimated him." Yan Jiuxiao turned around and looked at the flame spirit coffin, who had a look of disbelief on his face, with a hint of disappointment in his heart. He slowly said, "Coffin, if you see this Lu Tianping in the future, you must not clash with him. Even if you've also advanced to the late Dharma stage, you must still give in to him. Sigh. The North Sea is about to produce a Xiao by you. As soon as he finished speaking, the magma lake in front of him gathered into a sea of flames. Yan Jiuxiao stepped onto it and turned around to leave. At the same time, he continued to instruct. Tell the people outside the island not to get too entangled with the sects of the North Sea. The old man has already found the exact location of the Luan Daoists' inheritance. We must do everything in our power to obtain the Luan Daoists' inheritance before the sects of the North Sea do. Once we're done, we must all return to the East Sea. Yin Jiuxiao had already risen into the air. However, not only did the Flame Spirit Coffin and the other Fire Phoenix clan cultivators not follow him, they looked as if they had lost their parents. Yin Jiuxiao's heart sank. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. He said angrily, "What happened?" The clansmen looked at each other, but no one dared to say anything. In the end, it was the Flame Spirit Coffin who said miserably, "Grandfather, I'm afraid the cultivators outside the island have already fought with the sects of the North Sea." What? What happened? Who gave the order? Did the sects of the North Sea provoke them? The Flame Spirit Coffin was burning with anxiety. Seeing that his grandfather was enraged, the Flame Spirit Coffin did not dare to say anything else. The Flame Spirit Coffin immediately flew into a rage. "Speak. What exactly happened?" Seeing that he could not hide, the Flame Spirit Coffin said in a low voice. "When grandfather fought with that Lu Tianping, I was certain that grandfather would win." As he said this, the Flame Spirit Coffin sneaked a glance at his grandfather. He saw that Yin Jiuxiao was surrounded by flames, but his eyes were staring at him with a cold light. The Flame Spirit Coffin's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, he did not dare to stop talking. He could only bite the bullet and say, at this time, there was news from outside the island that Jinling had suddenly sent reinforcements. Another mid-Dharma adept and 3 early Dharma adepts rushed over as reinforcements. I felt that since grandfather had already dealt with that Lu Tianping, a battle with Jinling was probably inevitable. Thus, I sent a teleportation talisman to 5th grandfather to send people to stop the Jinling adepts. Before I came here, I had already received news that out of the 4 Dharma adepts of Jinling, 1 was dead, 1 was seriously injured, and the last one was lightly injured. They were later rescued by a treasure ship. Now 5th grandfather has already led people to fight with Jinling. Before the Flame Spirit Coffin could finish speaking, a cold wind had already slapped him in the face. The Flame Spirit Coffin instinctively wanted to dodge, but how could he possibly dodge? With a crisp slap, the furious Yin Jiuxiao's slap landed squarely on the Flame Spirit Coffin's face, which was filled with astonishment. "You can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. You almost ruined my plans." Yin Jiuxiao's light flashed, and he had already turned into a shooting star once again, flying in the direction from which he had come. However, his angry voice lingered as he said, "What are you still standing there for? The few of you, go out of the island to support 5th brother and the others. Flame Spirit Coffin, get your ass over here." Several cultivators of the Fire Phoenix race hurriedly turned into streaks of light and left. The Flame Spirit Coffin, who had been muddle-headed from Yin Jiuxiao's slap, quivered, and the muddle-headed expression on his face suddenly changed to one of joy. He hurriedly summoned a stream of lava and turned into a streak of light as he chased after Yin Jiuxiao. Lu Ping retreated all the way to the center of the poisonous fire land and saw Tianqin Laozu and the others pacing back and forth with anxious expressions on their faces. When they saw Lu Ping's return, they were immediately overjoyed. Tianqin Laozu asked anxiously, "How are you? You're not injured, are you?" Lu Ping smiled and shook his head. Astonishment flashed across the crowd's faces. After all, the earth-shaking and mountain-shaking commotion in the valley was truly worrying. But now that Lu Ping was able to escape unscathed, the crowd was also amazed by Lu Ping's current cultivation base. Lu Ping's cultivation base was also very high. Only Lu Qiner giggled heartlessly and said, "I knew Big Brother would be fine. Big Brother is the best." Tianqin Laozu was the calmest of them all. She quickly snatched a jade slip from Tiancheng Laozu's hand, who was still immersed in the shock of Lu Ping's battle against a pure yang cultivator. She threw it to Lu Ping and said, "The sect has just sent news that the Fire Phoenix race ambushed our sect's cultivators who were rushing to reinforce us. Junior brother Tian's son has fallen. Martial uncle Xiang Lu was severely injured in order to protect our sect's disciples. Xian Er and Tian Xian also suffered some light injuries, but they weren't too serious." When the treasured ships arrived, both sides had already started fighting. What? Lu Ping couldn't believe his ears at all. He asked again, "Martial uncle Tian's son has fallen?" A trace of grief flashed across Tianqin Laozu's eyes, but she still managed to restrain herself and said, "That's right, junior brother Tian's son died in order to protect martial nephew Tian Xian. That's why 6 or 7 of the 20 core forging disciples who accompanied him died." Boom! The aura around Lu Ping's body could no longer be restrained. Tiancheng and Tianqin Laozu, who were beside him, were completely unable to resist the aura that Lu Ping had released in his rage. Each and every one of them couldn't help but retreat. The shock in their hearts deepened. Only now did they deeply understand where Lu Ping's confidence to contend against Yin Jiuxiao came from. What a great Fire Phoenix race! What a great Yin Jiuxiao! Haha! Lu Ping was so angry that he started laughing. The aura around his body was like a great wave that spread outwards one after another. Tianqin Laozu did her best to restrain the pressure that the enraged Lu Ping had brought to everyone. She calmly said, "Martial nephew Lu, calm down. Right now, we need to rush to the center of Scarlet Mist Island as soon as possible. You are our sect's fully deserving #1 combat power. You need to return and attack the Fire Phoenix race as soon as possible." Tianqin Laozu's words quickly made Lu Ping realize that now wasn't the time to be angry. His boundless aura immediately calmed down. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Even Tiancheng Laozu's gaze towards Lu Ping had a trace of reverence in it. Under the full force of Lu Ping's aura, everyone felt as if they had encountered Yin Jiuxiao before. Tianqin Laozu saw that Lu Ping had calmed down, but was still standing there without moving. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She anxiously said, "Martial nephew Lu." Lu Ping suddenly raised his head and looked at the crowd. He said, "Martial uncles, please lead your men to reinforce our sect first. This disciple still needs to stay here." Tiancheng Laozu immediately said anxiously, "How can we do that? Without you, our sect's strength will suffer a great loss." Lu Ping interrupted Tiancheng Laozu and said, "Martial uncle, there's no need to say anything more. This disciple is staying here to keep Yin Jiuxiao busy. Without the pure yang restraining him, the 2 great cultivators of the Fire Phoenix race won't be able to do anything in the North Sea." Chapter 1385. Tian Sen's death was the second time Jinling had lost a Dharma adept after Tian Fan and Tian Tian had fallen in the battle at Jiushuan Tower. Currently, Jinling was making use of Mara's calamity to expand its power. Many of the plans and schemes involved Lu Ping's personal involvement. Now that they were at the juncture of becoming a large sect, every Dharma adept was an important part of Jinling's battle strength. Now that one of them had fallen so easily, how could Lu Ping not be filled with grief and rage? Lu Ping actually wanted to go directly to Yin Jiuxiao. This decision caused Tianqin and Tiancheng to turn pale with fright, and they rejected it without hesitation. Although Lu Ping had managed to escape unscathed from his encounter with Yin Jiuxiao, and although the 2 of them knew that Lu Ping was powerful and had many trump cards, they did not think that such a thing would happen again and again. After all, that was the pure Yang Laozu. "Nephew Lu, this is not the time to be angry. Only our sect's treasured ship is the right way to go against Yin Jiuxiao." "That's right, the Fire Phoenix clan is powerful. Although our sect now has the power of a large sect, our foundation is still shallow. Now that the Fire Phoenix clan has provoked us, we can only defend with our lives. I believe that with the treasured ship here, the Fire Phoenix clan will not take the risk of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of their own to fight against our sect. The rest of the crowd also started to urge Lu Ping not to take the risk. Even Lu Qiner, who had the most confidence in Lu Ping, looked at Lu Ping worriedly. Lu Ping slightly furrowed his brows. Ever since the Jinling treasured ship's trial voyage, the Jinling era had indeed been greatly boosted. However, it had been overly reliant on treasured ships. It should be known that in this world, the cultivator's own strength still mattered. Treasured ships were indeed powerful, but they were still external objects after all. Although they were known to be able to contend against pure Yangs, they still had many inconveniences. If a pure Yangs were to engage in a battle of attrition with a treasured ship, the treasured ship would most likely be at a disadvantage in the end. It seemed that after this matter, it was necessary to redefine the role of the treasured ship. Although this treasured ship had been repaired, it might not be much stronger than the treasured ship of Fei Ling sect, but it was still destroyed and sunk to the bottom of the sea. However, Lu Ping still acted as if nothing had happened and explained, "Don't worry, martial uncles. Since this disciple dared to look for that Yen Jiuxiao, I naturally have some confidence. Moreover, it's really strange for Yen Jiuxiao to suddenly enter the center of Scarlet Mist Island. Perhaps it's related to the secret of the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion of Scarlet Mist Island, so this disciple must make this trip. Moreover, as long as this disciple can delay Yen Jiuxiao, Martial Uncle Jiang, and the others will naturally have a greater chance of success in the sea region outside the island." Before Tianqin Laozu could say anything, Lu Ping spoke first. "Martial Uncle, this time, this disciple will need to use the Heaven Creation Relic in Martial Uncle's hands." Tianqin Laozu hesitated for a moment, then passed the feather to Lu Ping and said, "Feel free to take it. Although this feather is an extraordinary treasure, to me, it's more important that it contains the will of the Luan Taoist. It's just that this item seems to only be used to its greatest effect by adepts of the Phoenix bloodline." "Martial nephew Lu Yu," Lu Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, Martial Uncle. After this matter is over, the treasure will definitely be returned to me in good condition." The Fire Phoenix clan had never imagined that Jinling's counterattack would come so quickly and decisively. Just as the Flame Spirit Coffin had used the name of the clan leader to order an attack on Jinling's reinforcements, killing an early Dharma adept on the spot, and severely injuring the mid-Dharma adept who was leading the attack, Jinling's treasured ship, which had come to support them, had decisively counterattacked and forced the Fire Phoenix clan adepts to retreat. Fortunately, the Fire Phoenix clan adepts who had been chasing after the Jinling adepts had not acted rashly. Seeing that Jinling's treasured ship had come to support them, they had immediately chosen to retreat. Even so, they had been severely injured by the treasured ship's fierce counterattack. Fortunately, they had reacted quickly, and none of them had died. However, when Jinling had received such grievous news, Jiang Tianlin was not going to let it go. The treasured ship had been activated at full speed to chase after the Fire Phoenix clan, and they had gone straight into the waters that the Fire Phoenix clan currently controlled. The conflict between the two sides erupted on the spot. Under the leadership of a red-faced great practitioner, the Fire Phoenix clan gathered 3 mid-Dharma adepts and 7 early Dharma adepts. They led more than 100 core forging adepts from the Fire Phoenix clan and began to attack the Jinling sect's ship. After Yin Jiuxiao had left, the Fire Phoenix clan adepts had been left to the tall, long-necked great adept to take charge. When he realized that Jinling's treasured ship had suddenly come to attack them, he had sensed that something was wrong. Even though the red-faced great adept had strongly advocated taking advantage of the opportunity to surround and destroy Jinling's treasured ship, he had still insisted on leaving more than half of his forces to guard against the other sects in the North Sea. As expected, the news of the Jinling adept being ambushed and killed, and the fact that Jiang Tianlin had angrily invaded the Fire Phoenix clan's territory with his treasured ship and started a huge battle with them, immediately spread to the various sects who had stayed behind to guard Scarlet Mist Island. Finally, someone had taken the lead, and it was Jinling, whom the various sects had been eagerly waiting for. He had even mobilized the great killing machine that was Jinling's treasured ship. This was the perfect countermeasure that the various sects had been waiting for. Zhenling's treasured ship had already invaded the Fire Phoenix clan's territory. Apart from Yin Jiuxiao, who else could face him head-on? The Fire Phoenix clan also needed Yin Jiuxiao to step forward and stop them. Since Zhenling had stalled Yin Jiuxiao, the rest of the Fire Phoenix clan adepts were nothing in the face of the alliance of the various sects. However, when the various sects cultivators excitedly charged into the territorial waters of the Fire Phoenix clan's territory, they were shocked to find that the Fire Phoenix clan's leader was not there. At this time, the ones fighting Zhenling's treasured ship were actually more than 10 Dharma adepts of the Fire Phoenix clan, and more than 100 core forging adepts. Some of the cultivators could not see Yin Jiuxiao and instantly hesitated, but there were even more cultivators who thought that this was an extremely rare opportunity. The Fire Phoenix clan's Pure Yang clan's leader was actually not in the territory. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they fought even more valiantly. When the long-necked Fire Phoenix clan's great cultivator saw that the various sects of the North Sea had actually joined forces to attack, he also panicked and hurriedly ordered his own clan's cultivators to form a formation to resist. However, once they formed the formation and engaged in battle, they also enveloped the group of North Sea cultivators who had just charged in but had begun to hesitate. At this time, it was already too late for them to retreat, and they could only engage in a chaotic battle with the Fire Phoenix clan's cultivators. Although the Fire Phoenix clan's leader was not by their side, and a small portion of their forces had been stalled by Zhenling's treasured ship, Scarlet Mist Island was the Fire Phoenix clan's natural home ground. Even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to fight evenly with the various sects of the North Sea. However, it was only for a short period of time. Yin Jiuxing was burning with anxiety. He had naturally received news of the clan leader's whereabouts, and the only thing he could do now was to do his best to contend with the various sects of the North Sea and stall them here, buying as much time as possible for the clan leader. After all, the clan leader was beating them at their own game this time. Since he had already taken the initiative to ambush Zhenling's cultivator, he might as well draw all the cultivators of the North Sea here. This way, no one would pay attention to the center of Scarlet Mist Island, and the clan leader could take this opportunity to sneak into the location of the treasure without anyone noticing. However, there was no lack of wise and far-sighted cultivators among the North Sea cultivators. When they saw that Yin Jiuxiao had not appeared, they would naturally be able to roughly guess the Fire Phoenix clan's intentions. This was also why Yin Jiuxing had dragged everyone into the chaotic battle the moment the various sects of the North Sea appeared. Right now, Yin Jiuxing could only hope that Yin Jiuxiao would be able to obtain the treasure as soon as possible. Even though he understood that compared to the treasure hidden within Scarlet Mist Island, the Fire Phoenix clan would still be willing to pay a great price. If the clan leader could return as soon as possible, it would reduce the number of casualties among the Fire Phoenix clan's disciples. However, Yin Jiuxing's brows quickly furrowed. This was because while the Fire Phoenix clan and the various sects of the North Sea were fighting, Zhenling's treasured ship had already turned around and quietly retreated. Speaking of which, this time, the Fire Phoenix clan and the various sects of the North Sea had truly witnessed the power of a treasured ship. After all, the legends about treasured ships in the overseas cultivation world were naturally miraculous. However, ever since Fei Ling's sect was annihilated 4,000 years ago, most of the cultivators in the North Sea had never seen the power of a treasured ship with their own eyes. Although all the sects in the North Sea had seen the real treasured ship during the trial voyage of Zhenling's sect's treasured ship, this was the first time they had seen the full power of the treasured ship. According to what the Fire Phoenix clan and the various sects of the North Sea knew, other than Jiang Tianlin, the Zhenling sect cultivators on the ship, there were only 4 early Dharma adepts of the 3rd generation and 3 adepts who had just arrived. Among them, the only mid-Dharma adept had been severely injured and had lost his ability to fight. Other than that, there were only about 100 Zhenling sect disciples on the ship. But it was this kind of power, after controlling the treasured ship, that was able to hold their own against the attacks of more than 10 Dharma adepts and more than 100 core forging disciples. They could even advance and retreat as they pleased. This Junling actually wanted to retreat at this time. This was a good idea. He wanted to allow the Fire Phoenix clan's practitioners to fight with the various sects of the North Sea, so that he could reap the benefits. Yan Jiuxing watched as Junling's treasured ship slowly retreated from the Fire Phoenix clan's camp. Although he understood Junling's intentions, the Fire Phoenix clan felt rather helpless at this time. Yan Jui had already led more than 10 Dharma adepts to try their best to stop the treasured ship, but they were still unable to do anything to it. Perhaps only when the clan leader made a move would this treasured ship be afraid of them. At this time, Yan Jiuxing was not the only one who had seen through Junling's intentions. Many of the Dharma adepts of the various sects of the North Sea were also cursing and swearing. But at this time, they were engaged in a fierce battle with the Fire Phoenix clan. Even if they wanted to retreat now, they could not be as calm and at ease as Junling. However, in reality, the North Sea adepts were only cursing and swearing in their hearts. In reality, Junling's treasured ship had already attracted a small portion of the Fire Phoenix clan's forces. Even if they were to retreat now, there were still 8 or 9 Dharma adepts of the Fire Phoenix clan who were not willing to give up. In this chaotic battle between the various sects of the North Sea and the Fire Phoenix clan, the various sects really could not say much about Junling's contribution. Yan Jui's originally crimson face became even redder. He did not believe that this was the case, but now that he was facing the treasured ship, he finally understood how troublesome this ship was. Attacks aside, Junling's treasured ship was obviously lacking in manpower. Most of the time, it was the Fire Phoenix clan's cultivators who were surrounding and attacking it. But when it came to defense, these hundreds of Fire Phoenix clan cultivators had been attacking the treasured ship for half a day, but they could not even break through the protective shield of the treasured ship. This made Yan Jui involuntarily think of Ba Gui of the South Sea. Wasn't this treasured ship in front of him a tortoise? It was not that Junling's treasured ship was that sturdy, but the few Dharma adepts on the ship were able to easily block the attacks of the few Fire Phoenix clan cultivators, who posed the greatest threat to the ship. Without the attacks of these few strongest cultivators, Junling's treasured ship was naturally impregnable. A great tribulation spirit treasure in Yan Jui's hand transformed into a ball of orange flame, which then transformed into a 300 feet long fiery saber in midair. The saber then let out a shrill howl as it slashed down towards the defensive barrier of the treasure ship. However, before this flaming blade could land, Yan Jui's eyelids twitched violently. It was this pair of early Dharma adepts again. He did not know how many times they had joined forces to block an attack from a great adept like him. Yan Jui could clearly sense the level of practice of this pair of early Dharma adepts on Junling's treasured ship. They were just ordinary early Dharma adepts, but these two had practiced a secret combination attack technique. Before Yan Jui came to the North Sea, he had heard of this secret technique before. It was said that it was one of Junling's greatest secret techniques, and it could allow a husband and wife, who were of similar levels of practice, to completely increase their abilities to a whole new level, giving them the ability to challenge opponents of a higher level. This pair of early Dharma adepts could barely be considered half-swordsmen, but when the two of them joined forces, they had the ability to go up against a mid-Dharma adept. Originally, this was nothing in Yan Jui's eyes, but when Jiang Tianlin was steering the treasured ship with all his might, these two became the main attackers of the Junling Dharma adepts on the treasured ship. Furthermore, with the support of the various formations on the treasured ship, this pair of early Dharma adepts' secret combination attack technique, which was originally enough to go up against a mid-Dharma adept, was upgraded to the next level, and they actually had the ability to go up against a great adept like Yan Jui. Indeed, just as the flaming blade that Yan Jui had unleashed was about to land on the treasured ship's protective shield, 2 flying swords rose from the treasured ship at the same time. Under the combination of the 2 swords, they formed a flowing river of swords that surged up into the sky, heading straight for the flaming blade. This river of swords contained the dual attributes of metal and water, and they complemented each other. With the full support of the treasured ship, it collided with the flaming blade that was descending from midair. The River of Swords was instantly split into two in mid-air, but the flames on the blade were also extinguished by the impact of the River of Swords. When the blade of swords landed on the treasured ship's protective shield, it only caused the shield to tremble slightly and did not cause any actual damage. On the treasured ship, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They had lost count of how many times they had joined forces to fend off the attacks of this great adept of the Fire Phoenix race. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu had both reached the early Dharma stage a few years ago. They were the rare couple in Jinling who were able to inherit the secret combined attack of Tian Fan and Tian Shui Laozu. Their individual cultivation could only be considered outstanding among the third-generation disciples of Jinling. Compared to Tian Yong, Tian Feng, and the rest who were also third-generation disciples, there was still a gap. If not for the fact that the two of them had inherited the secret combined attack of Jinling and had received a lot of training from the sect, the two of them would probably still be at the peak of the core forging stage. They would not be able to compare to the true geniuses of Jinling's third-generation disciples, like Tian Yong and Tian Feng. However, now that they had truly advanced to the Dharma stage, the secret combined attack of Jinling's secret combined attack finally showed its true power. With the two of them working together, they could be said to be invincible among cultivators of the same level as them in Jinling. Even when facing mid-Dharma adepts, although the two of them were at a disadvantage, they were still able to ensure that they would not be defeated, or at least be able to escape unscathed. Of course, this achievement of facing mid-Dharma adepts was not just for Lu Tianping, Yin Tianchu, and the rest. After that, the two of them were selected by the sect to board the treasured ship and began to adapt to everything on the ship. They began to be trained to be an important fighting force for Jinling's treasured ship. However, the two of them did not expect that before the treasured ship had even set sail for Central Plains, the two of them would have achieved the impressive achievement of facing off against a late Dharma adept. Although they knew that the main reason why they were able to fight against this Fire Phoenix race adept was because of the full support of the treasured ship's seal, Jiang Tianlin had to use all his strength to steer the treasured ship. Xiang Lu Laozu was seriously injured and had lost his ability to fight. Tian Feng, Tian Chang, Tian Xian, and the rest of the early Dharma adepts might be able to defeat them in a one-on-one fight. But in order to defend against this great Dharma adept's attack on the treasured ship, the two of them had to work together. It was also because of the two of them working together to defend against the great Dharma adept that Jiang Tianlin was able to save a lot of inner yuan and experience when steering the treasured ship. They were able to advance and retreat freely from the encirclement of the Fire Phoenix race. However, the Fire Phoenix race was a top-tier demon clan after all. A nine-leaf flame great Dharma adept was an extremely powerful existence. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu were able to do this together, but they were now exhausted. However, the great Dharma adept outside was still very much alive. Fortunately, at this time, Jiang Tianlin had already steered the treasured ship out of the Fire Phoenix race's encirclement. Many of the Fire Phoenix race adepts who were attacking the treasured ship also began to return to the encirclement to support the main clan members who were fighting with the various sects of the North Sea. However, Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma was still somewhat unwilling to give up. He naturally knew of Yin Jiuxiao's plan. Although he had always been rash, he was not without reason. At this time, Jinling was probably already suspicious of Yin Jiuxiao's absence. If he allowed Jinling's treasured ship to return, then Jinling would definitely receive more powerful reinforcements. At that time, only the clan leader would be left alone in the central region of Scarlet Mist Island. At this time, it would be best if he could delay Jinling's people for a while. However, Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma's plan was ultimately going to fail. He could already tell that the pair of early Dharma adepts of Jinling's minor repairs were probably at the end of their tether. However, just as he was about to muster his remaining courage to attack the treasured ship again, a mid-Dharma adept behind him suddenly cried out in pain. Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma's divine consciousness swept out in an instant, but he only caught a glimpse of a figure a few hundred feet away in a flash. When Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma turned to look, he saw that the back of the adept's heart was bleeding profusely. Although he was still alive, it was obvious that his core space had been severely damaged. Even if his cultivation was not destroyed, it would probably be greatly damaged. What an insidious sneak attack! Who? Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma roared angrily, his divine consciousness spreading out in all directions. However, it was blocked by the treasured ship's barrier. Immediately after, he heard another cry of pain. It was the head of an early Dharma adept who had been on the other side of the treasured ship, flying high into the air. This time he was deader than dead. Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma roared angrily. He could not care less about the turbulence in the space around him, due to the chaotic battle around him. He directly used his spatial magic to land in front of the fallen Fire Phoenix adept. However, he just happened to see the barrier of Jinling's treasured ship ripple, and a young adept dressed in black with a cold expression appeared on the bow of the ship. He turned around and looked coldly at Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma. Chapter 1386. In the blink of an eye, one of the Fire Phoenix Dharma adepts was dead, and one was injured. This kind of loss was enough to drive Yin Nine-Leaf crazy. He glared at the black-robed, cold-faced adept at the bow of the ship and yelled, "Brat, do you have the guts to leave your name behind?" The young cultivator's indifferent eyes didn't have the slightest emotion. He turned around and left the bow of the ship. He went straight to a formation plate on the ship, and replaced the exhausted Zhong Jian and Mayu. Yin Tianchu, a mid-Dharma adept, was the second most powerful adept among the 3 generations of Jinling adepts. With him replacing Zhong Jian and Mayu, and with the help of Jiang Tianlin's array, Yin Tianchu was completely confident that he could face off against a late Dharma adept. Yin Nine-Leaf was at a disadvantage, and no longer dared to surround the Fire Phoenix clan adepts in a semicircle. Instead, they gathered within a few hundred feet of him, so that they could take care of each other at any time. However, this way, the Jinling adepts who were guarding the ship could also concentrate on defending the side of the ship that was under attack. On the other side, Yin Jiuxing was extremely anxious when he saw that Yin Nine-Leaf had his eyes fixed on Jinling sect's treasured ship. He knew that this clan brother of his was the most stubborn of all. Although the battle between Jinling sect and the North Sea cultivators seemed to be on par with each other, the truth was that the North Sea cultivators still had the upper hand in terms of numbers. If Yin Nine-Leaf and the others did not return to defend, the Fire Phoenix clan would still suffer a loss. But Yin Nine-Leaf did not care about this. As long as the Fire Phoenix clan was not completely at a disadvantage, he would definitely not return. Just as Yin Jiuxing was thinking of a way to summon Yin Nine-Leaf back, 6 streaks of light suddenly descended from the sky. This time, not only Yin Jiuxing, but even Yin Nine-Leaf's heart skipped a beat. The newcomers were definitely not from the Fire Phoenix clan, so they could only be North Sea adepts. The 6 streaks of light were heading towards the ship. They were Jinling's Dharma adepts. With 6 Dharma adepts in Jinling's ship, the North Sea adepts had an overwhelming advantage. Without another word, Yin Nine-Leaf's feet flashed as he tried to go around the ship to block the incoming enemies. However, before his escape light could bypass the treasure ship, a blade light that tore through space had already slashed in front of him. Yin Nine-Leaf was forced to place both his hands before his chest to support himself. Next, a curtain of fire spread out, and the barely discernible blade light was utterly devoured by the curtain of fire. However, Yin Nine-Leaf's attempt to stop the Jinling cultivator from entering the treasure ship failed. In reality, when Jinling's reinforcements arrived, Yin Nine-Leaf wasn't the only one who tried to stop them. The other Fire Phoenix cultivators also realized what it would mean for the Fire Phoenix clan if they allowed these people to enter the treasured ship. However, before they could even attempt to stop them, several different divine arts suddenly erupted from the treasured ship, stopping all of them in their tracks. Among them, 2 beams of cold, dark green light suddenly reached into the fleeing light of an early Dharma adept from the Fire Phoenix clan. Before the friar could even stumble out of the way, the cold light had already struck the adept. A cry of pain rang out. Although the adept did not suffer any serious injuries, he was still sent tumbling uncontrollably towards the other side of the treasured ship in midair. A rainbow-colored fiery light seemed to form a rainbow in midair. However, the place where the rainbow bridge landed was coincidentally where the adept from the Fire Phoenix clan had flown past. The wretched cry came to an abrupt end. Although the adept from the Fire Phoenix clan was known as the Fire Spirit, he only managed to withstand the rainbow-colored fiery light for a short while before turning into ashes. All the streaks of light in the sky landed on the deck of the treasured ship. Among them, the person who had unleashed the rainbow-colored fiery light was Tianqin Laozu. However, at this moment, Tianqin Laozu was staring in shock at the early Dharma adept from Jinling, who had sent the Fire Phoenix clan adept flying towards her. It was Lu Ping's little junior sister, Jiang Tianxian. Ever since Tianqin had returned to Jinling, Jiang Tianxian had spent most of her time training in seclusion. She rarely appeared in the sect. Now that Tianqin had seen her again, Jiang Tianxian had already condensed her Dharma power and had become an early Dharma adept. Xian, this was her own daughter. Tianqin Laozu stood on the deck of the treasured ship and stared at Jiang Tianxian with a myriad of expressions. Her mouth trembled, but she did not say a single word. Jiang Tianxian looked at this unfamiliar Uncle Master Tianqin in front of her. She seemed to see a hint of friendliness in her strange eyes, but more of it was guilt. This made Jiang Tianxian feel a little confused, but at the same time, she could not help but want to get closer to this Uncle Master, who was rumored to be at odds with her mother. Although Lu Tianling had never told her about the grudges between the elders, there were many rumors about their relationship in the sect. Jiang Tianxian had tried to ask her father and mother about it, but her father only smiled bitterly and shook his head, unwilling to talk about it. As for her mother, who had always doted on her, after reprimanding her, she locked her in the Heaven's Cave inheritance to cultivate in seclusion. After that, she sent her to Feiling Mountain to condense her Dharma idol, with the help of the spiritual vein at the top of the mountain. Fortunately, when she was training in seclusion at the top of Feiling Mountain, she happened to meet her 9th senior brother, who had also come to Feiling Mountain to undergo his second thunder tribulation. Although she had been training in seclusion for the past few years, she knew that her 9th senior brother was now an important figure in the sect. If he spoke in the sect, even his teacher, her mother, Head Jinling, would have to consider it carefully, so she begged Lu Ping for help. Since it was his teacher who wanted little junior sister to stay in seclusion, although Lu Ping could guess the reason for his teacher's decision, he had to respect his teacher's will first. Although he did not directly take little junior sister out of Feiling Island, he agreed to plead for her with his teacher. For this reason, not long after Lu Ping passed the thunder tribulation, he secretly returned to Tianling Mountain to plead for little junior sister before his cultivation stabilized. After a secret discussion between the teacher and disciple, Jiang Tianxian really allowed him to return to Tianling Mountain without training in seclusion. Hearing this, Jiang Tianxian turned around and saw Jiang Tianlin smiling at her at the door of the cabin. Father! Jiang Tianxian immediately forgot the strange feeling she had just had and jumped toward Jiang Tianlin. Jiang Tianlin's smiling gaze left his daughter in front of him for a moment. Then he chuckled as he listened to his daughter, who was like a lark, complain about her boring cultivation life all these years by his ear. However, this was obviously not the time for the father and daughter to catch up. Seeing Tianqin Laozu walk over, Jiang Tianlin laughed and interrupted his daughter's complaints. He said, All right, you are now a Dharma adept. If the 4th or 5th generation disciples of our sect saw you, they would have to call you Laozu. But look at you. You look like you have not grown up yet. You don't have the aura of a Dharma adept at all. Ancestor Tianqing laughed and said, What do you mean by the temperament of a Dharma ancestor? What kind of temperament does a Dharma ancestor have? Martial niece, don't listen to your father's nonsense. It's this appearance that makes me feel that I'm not old. Jiang Tianxian obediently called him Uncle Master. She knew that Tianqing Laozu had something to say to her father, so she found an excuse to turn around and leave. However, after leaving, Jiang Tianxian subconsciously glanced at the place where Tianqin Laozu had been standing before, only to realize that Tianqin Laozu had already left. Looks like it is not only our sect that has become stronger over the years. Other than a few old guys from the other sects, there are many new faces in today's battle. Tiancheng Laozu said as he looked at the North Sea sects and Fire Phoenix adepts who were still fighting in the distance. The ship had already turned to leave. After Tianqin Laozu and the others boarded the ship, no matter how stubborn Yin Nine Leaf was, he knew that there was no way to stop the ship now. He could also see that Jinling wanted to leave, and it was obvious that he wanted both the Fire Phoenix and the North Sea sects to suffer. However, the current situation was that the North Sea sects and the Fire Phoenix clan were fighting each other. Even if they wanted to separate, it would not be possible to do so in a short period of time. On the other hand, Jinling could move freely on the ship. Even if they could see through Jinling's intentions, they could not stop him. Jiang Tianlin smiled faintly and said, "This is to be expected. The North Sea has been relatively peaceful these past few years, and it is a good time for us to recuperate. Although our sect has gained the most from the large cultivation resource distribution centers like Frost Island and Scarlet Fog Island, the other sects have also shared a lot of the benefits. It is normal to have these new Dharma adepts. However, we still have to see how many things each sect has hidden. The North Sea sects also want to take this opportunity to show off their strength to our sect. This is also a warning to our sect that even if we become a large sect, we still have to take them seriously." Tiancheng Laozu laughed and said, "Oh, so they have also realized that our sect's ascension is unstoppable. Isn't this a disguised form of weakness?" Jiang Tianlin nodded, but he still said with some worry, "There is no need to fear internal problems, only external ones." Tiancheng Laozu's expression also became much more serious. He then said, "Disciple Lu is still in the central area. It looks like he is going to stop Yin Jiuxiao. After we return to the station, should senior brother go and help him?" Jiang Tianlin thought about it and said, "No problem, let's make sufficient preparations first." Tiancheng Laozu hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior brother, are you sure that disciple Lu can fight against a pure young adept?" Jiang Tianlin sighed and said, "Before he entered the late Dharma stage, although this brat was strong, I could more or less sense the limits of his strength. However, after leaving Feiling Island, even I can't see how strong he is. Although Yin Jiuxiao has the geographical advantage in the central area of Scarlet Fog Island, don't forget that the brat also has a pure young spirit treasure." After parting ways with Tiancheng Laozu and the others, Lu Ping followed Laozu's directions and headed towards the place where the life plume feather had appeared. In reality, after leaving the land of fire poison, Lu Ping had already taken a shortcut and was not too far away from his destination. This was also why Tiancheng Laozu was not worried that he had gone to the wrong place after leaving. However, when Lu Ping arrived at the place Laozu had mentioned, there was no trace of Yin Jiuxiao and the others. Since the Fire Phoenix clan dared to attack Jinling's treasured ship when Yin Jiuxiao was not around, then Yin Jiuxiao had clearly not left the central area of Scarlet Fog Island. So where did he go? Although Lu Ping's divine will was greatly hindered in this volcanic area, he still tried his best to spread it out in all directions to search for the aura that the Fire Phoenix clan might have left behind. Very quickly, Lu Ping found some clues. These traces were not the aura of the Fire Phoenix clan. In reality, with a pure young adept like Yin Jiuxiao around, Lu Ping was only able to find their aura on the off chance. What Lu Ping discovered was that one of the 4 volcanoes around him was obviously different from the other 3. At this moment, the volcano on Lu Ping's right was still emitting a thick crimson mist, and there was a fiery river of lava flowing from the top of the volcano. But compared to the other 3 active volcanoes, this one seemed to be too quiet. Lu Ping arrived at the edge of the volcano's crater. Below him was a magma lake that looked like a boiling pot. The heat rising from the scarlet magma could even solidify the soil at the edge of the crater into crystals that were even harder than stone. However, when the magma brushed past Lu Ping's body, it could only bring up clouds of white mist. Lu Ping himself did not seem to feel it at all. However, his eyes flickered with a frightening light, as if two sharp swords were trying to cut through the surface of the magma lake and see the scene in its depths. Then, a brilliant light suddenly flashed in Lu Ping's left hand, and a feather that flickered with a rainbow light suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a light flashed in his right hand, and a handkerchief appeared in his hand. Lu Ping used the handkerchief to wrap around the rainbow feather, and the inner essence in his hand endlessly poured into it, dyeing the handkerchief a bluish purple. Even the rainbow-colored light of the feather inside was instantly drowned out by Lu Ping's inner essence. Lu Ping's eyes seemed to be open, but they weren't. In the blink of an eye, a surging divine sense wrapped around the rainbow feather in his hand, as if he was waiting for something to happen. Sure enough, just as Lu Ping's inner essence was about to enter the rainbow feather, the feather suddenly began to tremble violently. Lu Ping's divine sense instantly erupted like a mountain torrent, trying its best to trace the source of this mysterious feeling that caused the feather to tremble. The magma lake, it really was in the magma lake. Lu Ping stood at the edge of the crater, motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment, Lu Ping suddenly moved. His hands drew a half-arc behind him, and then he forcefully waved them forward. Two blue lights flashed and disappeared into the magma lake below. At this moment, a sharp sword cry rippled in the sky above the crater. Lu Ping's hands danced in the air, as if they had turned into a circle in midair. Looking at his serious expression, it was obvious that this process was quite difficult. At this moment, the boiling magma lake in the center suddenly changed. There seemed to be two forces chasing each other in the huge magma lake, stirring up the entire lake. In the beginning, it only drew two ripples on the lake's surface, and it did not cause much movement. However, as Lu Ping's hands waved in the air more and more urgently, the two forces in the lake rotated faster and faster, driving more and more magma. When the entire lake was stirred up, it continued to move deeper. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the entire magma lake began to rotate along with the two forces that Lu Ping controlled deep into the magma lake. The center of the boiling lake began to sink, and the surrounding lakeshore rose in the rotation of the magma lake. As the magma churned and rotated, it hit the edges of the lake, stirring up fiery red magma waves of tens of feet high. In the next moment, these edges were quickly melted and flattened. The edge of the crater became hotter and hotter, and the originally solidified crystals softened and even began to melt again. Only the crystal rocks near Lu Ping's feet were moist. Not only did they not melt, but water continued to seep in to cool them down. However, thicker and thicker white mist rose, drowning Lu Ping in it. Only his hands were still firmly drawing circles outside the white mist. The center of the magma lake had sunk for hundreds of feet, due to the more intense rotation, but it was still bottomless. Lu Ping still did not relax at all. His hands drew circles in the air faster and faster, even turning into a cluster of afterimages in the air, as if there were dozens of palms covering the trajectory of Lu Ping's circles. After the center of the magma lake continued to sink for hundreds of feet, a colorful light finally burst out from the lake. Lu Ping's eyes lit up, and his hands still did not dare to slack off. The white mist rising from his feet formed a huge white jade lotus seat, carrying Lu Ping across the edge of the crater and into the center of the sinking magma lake. After 10 minutes, the entire magma lake returned to its previous calmness. At the moment when Lu Ping disappeared, the two forces that had been stirring in the magma lake suddenly dissipated. The thin water-flowing sword, which had been burned red and severely injured, was immediately pulled out and disappeared behind Lu Ping. The magma lake, which had lost its stirring force, was still rotating due to inertia, but the amplitude was indeed gradually decreasing. The sunken center of the lake also slowly began to rise. The colorful light was once again submerged by the magma. After 10 minutes, the entire magma lake returned to its previous calmness. However, at this moment, a dull loud noise suddenly came from the bottom of the magma lake, followed by the entire volcano trembling. The magma lake suddenly churned, and hundreds of feet of magma suddenly shot up from the center of the lake into the air. The entire magma lake shook violently, and the magma that overflowed from the crater instantly covered half of the mountain peak. At an unknown place at the bottom of the magma lake, the flame spirit coffin looked at everything in front of it with a dumbstruck expression. After a long time, it asked in disbelief, "Grandfather, could this be the place where ancestor Luan Daoist's inheritance is located?" At the side, Yin Jiuxiao's eyes also flickered with fanaticism as he said, "That's right. This is the ancestor's inheritance. If our Fire Phoenix race can obtain the treasure here, it will be worth it no matter how great the price we have to pay." The reason why the green sea snakes are so powerful is because of one of the 3 molted true spirit bodies that Jiao Daren left behind. If we can obtain this treasure, we will definitely become the foundation for all eternity. Right at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from above their heads. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.